Sorry, folks, I just forgot to set up my mic. Doing so now, and then we'll get started with the 5-minute countdown. There we go. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think everybody can hear me good. All right, I'm going to start the 5-minute countdown, and then we'll start after that. I think I think we lost her. Hold on, I'll get her back. She'll come back. Welcome, folks. We're going to begin and play our intro sequence for you, and then we will have our first guest, Heaven Britton, tell us her story and what happened to her, and then we will segue into Shaunes Butler's story and her updates, Jaguar's mom. So let's start the intro sequence, and then we will begin.
My daughter was showing signs of molestation. I went to my cousin's house, and he has another child, a little boy, and his stepfather was there. And his stepfather told me that he's being investigated by the FBI for child molestation, child pornography for my daughter, and now for his stepson.
This is Jaguar's mom. I don't know where my son is officially. They have sent my child off to an alleged kin. They are involved with forging records, and it is their signature that I have verified with an adoption agency in well, they say that it's their letterhead, but they say they don't do adoption in New Mexico. But they had their New Mexico address on it, and they verified it.
the government. It loves you and wants to keep you safe and well. It even wants to make paying taxes, fines, and court costs easier for you. How? Well, you'll need to meet your straw man. He was born the same day you were. He looks like you, has the same name, and lives in your house, but you never knew he existed. You will have even paid his parking tickets or taxes. The worst part? He's been dead from day one. From every birth certificate, a legal personality, or legal fiction, is created with the same name to confuse little old you into thinking it's you. So, there is a human you and a paper you, or as it's commonly known, a straw man. So when it seems like government officials, court clerks, or the police are speaking English, they aren't. They're speaking legalese, designed to make you agree to verbal and written contracts without even knowing about it, all spun from Black's Law Dictionary. For example, when the police say, "Do you understand?" you'll say, "Yes." What they are really saying is, "Do you stand under our authority?" Oops-a-daisy, you just created a verbal contract with them. Oh, you clever government. Did you know that whenever you register something, you are handing over title to the person you register it with? That's right. Whenever you register something with the government, they assume it belongs to them. Registered your car? Super! Now you are the registered keeper of your vehicle, and the government can crush it when you don't pay your, straw man's taxes. Expecting a new bundle of joy? Well then you need to register your little darling with a birth certificate. Then they can start the process all over again and create a new straw man for your little one. Isn't that great? So when Junior grows up, he'll be able to generate revenue just like you have. When you notify on your baby by signing the birth certificate, your child becomes a ward of state. And if the government doesn't like what you're doing, they'll assume it's okay to take the child away or make new rules for things they don't like. Not enough school? Smacking your child? Shouting too loudly? Then it's off to social services for the little one. When you get a bill, it's sent to you, but belongs to your straw man, not you. That's why bills, fines, and summons start with Mr., Mrs., or Ms. Sometimes you'll see your surname in capitals, just like on a gravestone. That's because your straw man is dead, and just a silly piece of paper, created before you could comprehend or even consent to it. When you go to court, you represent your straw man, so you, the human, take on any costs, fees, taxes, and fines involved for the straw man. The human you doesn't even need to pay them. But you made a contract with the court by appearing on behalf of your legal personality or straw man, just like the government knew you would. Confused? Well, don't worry. The government doesn't want you to know anyway. If you knew, you'd stop paying things like council tax and parking tickets. Because when you go to court, you are representing your straw man. You are you, alive and made of flesh and blood. Your straw man, or legal personality, is a piece of paper created from your birth certificate. And you think it's you. What a silly Billy. Would you like to know more? Well then go over to tpuc.org. Get up, get informed, and get real.
Welcome, folks, to our Sacred Lovisa podcast for today, October 30th, 2022. Today we have a special guest, Britton. She's going to tell us her story, and then we're going to segue into Jaguar's mom's updates, Shaunes Butler, and play a pre-recorded interview that we did with her yesterday. So, and Dottie and Jessica, if you guys want, and Crystal, if you guys want to ask questions, I would really love for you guys to just, whenever she's ready to after she's done, I want to get you guys some experience. So, feel free to ask away whenever she's finished up. So, why don't you go ahead, Heaven, and start and tell your story from like we did yesterday on the interview, the pre-recorded one we put together for the promo.
Alrighty. So back in September, I was starting to notice my daughter was showing signs of molestation. But at first I was like, there's no possibility because she only goes to my house and her father's. She didn't go to a babysitter. There was no way. At the end of September 26th, it's a Sunday. That was the day I was supposed to pick her up because of her father's visits. And he had texted me telling me that she had a tooth infection and it was really bad. And I was going to have to give her medicine and keep her home from school. And I said to him, okay, type of thing. And when I picked her up, I was just like, oh my gosh, that's a tooth infection. Her face was huge. And both her and him said, yeah, it's a tooth infection. So a couple days passed and it wasn't swelling down. So I made an appointment with the school-based urgent care clinic to check it all out. And when they looked at it, they said that there was a gash inside and that her throat was swelled up and that the swelling was not from a tooth being infected. That day when she came home on Sunday, she was covered in bruises. She had bruises all over her chest, on her butt, her vagina, her thighs. There were handprint bruises.
Oh, God.
So I freaked out and I was like, I don't understand why she's got all these bruising and what happened, because urgent care said it was not a tooth infection. And he kind of said I was like waved it off and refused to answer. He tried killing me 5 years ago, so I kind of know that when I speak to him, I kind of have to filter myself. So I would, like, at that time, I started suspecting him for molesting her, but I couldn't just come out and freak out again all the time because I knew him. So I just kind of kept it on the back burner, taking photos of when she came home and the bruises and stuff, and notating things she was saying. In February, she told me she was sleeping in bed with him. So I kind of freaked out on him for that, and he denied it.
Year?
Yes, that's of this year.
Okay. All of this, the September, all of it was starting in 2020.
The September was last year.
Of 2021. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
2021.
All right.
No worries. So the end of February, I went to my cousin's house and her father has another child that's a little boy. That child's stepfather was at my cousin's house, and he told me that he was being investigated for child pornography, child sex trafficking, and all this other stuff. And I was already suspecting him of molesting her, so I freaked out. He had her at that moment when I went and heard that, but she was coming home that day. He did not want to bring her home. I had to fight for her to come home. When she came home, she had a burn mark on her hand, a cigarette burn mark. And I asked her where she got it from, and she said that she was at a guy's house the day before having dinner, and her father was not around. She won't tell me what the guy's name. She didn't even know his name. And so I freaked out even more, and I took her straight to the hospital and to get a SANE exam, which is what New York State calls child rape kits. The SANE exam did not show any tearing or anything like that, but it did show reddening There were abnormal bruises. There was a black hair they took out of her butt. There was rope marks around her ankles. One was more profound than the other.
Wow.
That they notated and took pictures of. And this was on a Friday still when this happened. We got out Saturday, and that day she told me that he was her boyfriend. And I threw up everywhere. And then she's like, my daddy's not my boyfriend. When I threw up. So on that Wednesday, there was a forensic interview at the local child advocacy center. And there was a cop there and a CPS worker. And I told them everything I was told. And they laughed at me. They said they called the FBI and that it was all a lie. They said that I was on drugs and that I was crazy. So they told me I could not leave with my children unless I piss tested for them. So I did pee for them, and I only had marijuana in my system, which is now legal here. So they could not use that against me. So they left for an hour, came back in, and their attorney said that they can legally keep my kids because I'm too paranoid and delusional to have them. And they obviously knew my fear from that whole interview that I didn't want them to go into foster care. So they're like, we'll find somewhere for them to go, else they're going to foster care. Well, I found my sister, so they all went to my sister's house. The next day I got a lawyer, and the lawyer told me CPS could not legally keep your kids without going to a judge first and having the actual court signed paperwork for them to have your kids. So I can legally go get my kids right now. And I tried, and my sister refused to give them back to me because CPS told her that she would be arrested, that there would be legal repercussions if she gave my kids back.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
They
So
told your
I have a
sister that?
letter from my lawyer to CPS saying, you guys legally can't have her kids. Her sister refuses to give them back until you guys say to give them back. So you need to tell her sister to give them
Is
back.
that this Antoni Tunucci law firm
Yes.
document you sent me?
That's
All right,
the letter I sent you.
I'm gonna bring it up on our screen share for our viewers so we can see what you're talking
Did they,
about.
I just want to be clear. Did they say your sister would go to jail for giving you back your kids, or
They
that you
told
would?
my sister that there would be legal repercussions if she gave
If
my
she,
kids back
for
to me.
her, for her.
For her.
Okay.
Yes, and that kind of says it in that letter that her sister believes that she'd get in trouble for some reason.
And I wanted to be clear
so
also
to tell-
on the man that told you about the investigation. Was it talking about your ex was being investigated?
Yes.
Okay.
He was the stepfather to his other kid, and he had a background in a bunch of different things. So he actually figured this out, and he had showed me some things. I seen photos of my daughter's father's house. His name is Steve because it's easier to just say that. I seen photos of his house. His house is a 2-bedroom trailer. One bedroom only had 2 toddler beds in it. The other bedroom had boxes in it, all packed up. There was nothing else in his house. There wasn't food. There wasn't cleaning products. The lawyer for the little boy, his other kid, took these photos because of how weird it was.
Right.
And when I had told CPS this the whole time, they were, like I said, they laughed at me, said everything was wrong. They did not investigate him at all. At first, they told me not to tell him about the investigation because they will. And then they never did. And 3 weeks later, in court, he told the judge that day was the first day that he had heard about the sexual allegations against him. The judge told CPS to treat the case like it's a sexual allegation case and then comply with the previous court order for him to have visitation. So they just gave him visitation back that day. the day he found out about the sexual allegations against him. There was no investigation. It was only 3 weeks. So he's continued to have her overnight, 3 to 4 nights a week. She's
she's
still
with your
showing
sister?
signs of what?
She's with your sister. She's not with him.
The visitation before, he had her 3 nights a week, and my sister gives him extra time.
Oh.
Yeah, my sister completely flipped. She called my counselor up and told them that I was schizophrenic and that my diagnosis of adjustment disorder with anxiety was wrong.
Yeah, her sister's bad. She was
Yeah.
gaslighting her bad, even just when she was posting sweet, like nice things for people online.
Yeah. And you stuck up for me. Thank you.
That's because you're
Jess
awesome.
is good for that. She's really good for that.
Oh, thank you.
My sister argued with the counselor until the counselor finally was like, do you understand that if Heaven was diagnosed with schizophrenia, that they would take her rights away? And my sister said yes.
Whoa.
And so that's the biggest thing that hurts, because she knew what she was doing. But now I'm fighting the system, my ex, my sister. She's still showing signs of molestation. I get to see my kids 4 hours a week at the children's home, supervised. And 2 weeks ago, she said that her father encourages her to watch porn. And the way she said it is she was telling me about the videos she watches about the snakes in guys' pantses. And I was like, that's inappropriate, baby. You can't be watching videos like that. And she's like, it's okay, mommy. My daddy knows, he lets me.
What was the name of the video that you said? The name of
There's
it?
a snake in my pants.
That's the
Is
name of
what
it.
she called the video on TikTok. And when I put that in Google, the first thing that comes up is a guy's pants and boxers. It doesn't even show their whole body. It's just.
Is it a cartoon?
No, a person.
No. Mm.
Yeah. And she's been taking her clothes off in front of the supervisor and dancing and stuff and laughing about it and thinking that it's cute while I'm trying to keep her dressed and telling her, baby girl, you're 6 years old. You know that you're not allowed to take your clothes off in front of anybody, especially a stranger. And
Right. She don't know any better, obviously.
Yeah. And CPS was notified about what she had said. And all they did was tell her father to monitor her more when she's on the phone.
I want to restate that. Not that she doesn't know any better. She's been confused.
Yes.
I'm sure she wasn't being raised that way. She's confused.
Right. I
I
just wanted to get
know
in
any
her
better.
head.
She's
I
not.
should know
Yeah,
better
she's
not to do
confused
that
by
in
it.
front of people, so she can understand that it's wrong.
Right. She don't know because obviously she's getting some other
She used to
feedback
know.
from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a long battle. Is there any questions?
Well, I do want to make a comment. What these bastards are doing is sick. Why in the hell are these CPS and family courts sending these kids to the abusers? And in a lot of the cases, Dottie's situation, the Bowles family situation, almost all of them that we've covered we're seeing that exact same trend. They're taking them from the good parents for the most part and sending them to abusers knowingly, almost.
Some of it's for the money because they know that the protective parent's going to fight, and keep fighting and keep dumping money into their system because they think they have to get these lawyers. But that's the worst, in my opinion, the worst thing to do is to get a lawyer. That's the worst thing to do. So if if half the people would stop getting lawyers, there's half your lies out the door. There's half of the cabal done with. Their, half of their collusion and conspiring together gone. If we could just get
briefly
all the moms never to get lawyers or something, you would get rid of half the problem. Seriously.
Briefly tell her for viewers who haven't heard this story, what happened to what your lawyer did to you, Dottie, just briefly, so that Heaven can have some context.
Which lawyer?
Evita specifically.
Oh, well, she lied and said that she withdrew from my case. She told me because she wasn't qualified. She told the court that her life had been threatened in a way that it sounded like I had been the one doing it. And then they tried to smear me as a sovereign citizen online, basically, and that was my own. And then they were colluding with there was these three lawyers, a lawyer she introduced me with, and the lawyer to the landlord to my house, that were colluding together behind my back and the landlord's back to have me evicted out of my home. And
That's
she knew all, like she had to know all this. There's no way she
My
didn't.
lawyer got barred
Mm.
during this whole thing. I paid $5,500 for a lawyer who got barred for something that happened over 20 years ago.
Wow. And then I had another lawyer threatening to take my kid and have her on a plane that evening, and had me cornered in the corner of the courtroom. I was by myself. I had no witnesses to it. And they're like, where is she? She's being on a plane tonight. She's, and I'm like, no, she's not. Like, and that was a year before they took her. So yeah, lawyers, they're not working for the people at all. They're working for the courts and the money. They're not.
No, they're not. In fact, I just want to briefly touch on what my mom's lawyer did who was supposed to be representing her for medical neglect. She was injured by and so we were trying to get her, get her justice. Well, come to find out, the lawyer strung us along for 5 months, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, like literally right before the statute of limitations on a case, oh, sorry, the case has no legs. So they colluded with the hospital and the care facility to cover it up. And I got it on record too. The call they made when they said, "Oh, sorry, it has no legs," after telling us 5 months it did. That's ridiculous.
Holy crap.
So yeah, I mean, it's like we've seen that with a lot of cases. Dottie's case, I think with many others. Geez, it's just like, it's scary. You don't know who you can trust or who you can rely on to have your back, especially not even with the privately hired lawyers anymore.
Well, you just know that they're not working for you. They're working for the court. It is a cabal of, people, and it's worldwide. Basically it's in other countries. It's not just here, but it is across the country, and they're not working for you. They never were working for you. They never will work for you. It's never been that way. It's a setup. They know what they're doing from the beginning, and they try not to overfish, so they try not to overfish the mom and get the stigma, like the courts always give the mom, custody. So, they started attacking women. They have to keep, a fine balance before people start realizing what they're doing. Right. So, they're always balancing that line so they have to let some things go through. Like some people actually feel like they won or whatever, so that people don't start catching on to the courtroom play, which people started catching on. And it is, that is what's going on. They're all connected, and it is to take our kids, period. Like, they are after our children, and they want them traumatized because they want them hooked to big pharma at a young age, so that, they're dependent on drugs, and now their money's going, they have all this money going to big pharma. It's all about money. It's all connected, and it's a big scam on the whole on the human race, really.
Yeah. They got my daughter on ADHD medication right now against my will during this whole process.
That's going on with my daughter. I never would have gave her any of that any of those.
My daughter doesn't need it. How I found out was I seen her change, and I seen like she was shaking and freaking out over something and telling everybody to be quiet. And I was like, what is going on here?
She's young.
Why is my daughter acting this way? And they're like, oh, we forgot to inform you that your daughter's been put on ADHD medicine. And I've been like, I've been advocating for her to get off since, but I pretty much am being told that I have no rights right now until they come home. When they come home, that's when I can say.
Who made the medical decision?
Her father.
Her father did, without you.
Yeah.
And you still have all your rights.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I have my rights. I actually had to agree to the things they were saying about me without consent. The term they used was or consent without acceptance is the legal term to everything they said about me, which was that I was using illegal or unprescribed drugs, that I had an untreated mental health diagnosis, and I was allowing inappropriate people around my children because back in December, I tried to help my friend get clean. She's my childhood best friend. I cut her out years ago because she's an addict. She came to me and said she wanted to get clean. So I helped her for 3 weeks until I realized she's not changing, and kicked her back out.
What business is that of theirs in the first place? You know, like that's not their business.
I know she's such a bad person because she's got such a good heart. Come on.
Well, no, well, the government's not allowed to come and infringe on our right to be a parent. Like it's written.
Yeah.
This is not allowed to happen, and they're doing it.
Hey,
and the worst thing about them giving her to him is it's been documented abuse. Like he tried killing me in 2017 because I wouldn't let him rape me with our daughter in my arms.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah. And they don't care. They want, like I said, they want them traumatized. They want to hurt these kids.
Yeah. I've had an order of protection against him for every year because every time it expires, he has threatened to kill me or done something to get another order of protection before a month even happened.
Have you filed anything with the courts on your behalf, like any motions or anything like that with your case?
I filed for another order of protection because during this whole thing, my last one expired, and I tried to add Isabel in there under the contents of everything else. That's actually, they just looped it together with the rest of the court. So that's too mine. I have an order of protection currently because they said they'd extend it, but they're not modifying that order of protection
for her.
To add Isabel until they figure it out in court.
Huh. And so you have a court date coming up?
I have one on Thursday and one on Tuesday because my sister's suing me for permanent custody of just my oldest.
So that's one
she was trying to give the court to give her father, Isabel's father, Steve, her. The other one is the one that's against CPS and Steve and for the order of protection.
And do you have a lawyer?
Do you have that paperwork from that social worker where your daughter told you at the visit that that her dad was letting her watch porn?
I don't, but I can easily get it because it was at the children's home. That paperwork, I had a supervisor that dictates everything that happens. So she wrote it down and I signed that visit, and I made sure when I read it that was in there.
You need that copy though before you go back to court, before they try to take custody, because
I have visit Monday, so I will.
You don't have an attorney, right?
I do have an attorney, but this time I just got a free attorney because I wasn't going to pay another $5,500.
Which is another CPS attorney.
In my opinion, he's not going to do it. Has he filed anything for you?
She actually got me. She was actually appalled when every time I said something, her jaw dropped. And she got them to agree to not penalize me because they couldn't find a counselor for my oldest and me, because at the time they said 3 counseling visits and then unsupervised in court. So she got them to agree to not penalize me so I can get unsupervised with my younger 2. That never happened though.
That's a trick.
And now Monday I start to get unsupervised visits, but I got to stay at the children's home. I can't leave the premises. So, the first half hour is supervised, and for them to determine the mental state of my children. And then the last hour and a half, I get to be alone on the premises with them.
What business is it there's the mental state of your children when you haven't done anything wrong? And like that lawyer, that's all just, that lawyer's a handler. They're just going to handle you in the case the way they want. They're not going to do anything for you. That lawyer, in my opinion, already should have filed, because it sounds like they're trying to take your custody. So I would have filed like my own motion to modify, like what I want to see happen. Like your lawyer should have filed some kind of motion for you with what you want, because unless you put something in writing in front of the court, it don't fucking matter what you go in there and say. really. It's if you have something, emotion in front of them in the court. So I would already had not a TRO, but I would have done a preliminary injunction or an emotion to modify. I would have done all of that. Your lawyer should be doing all filing paperwork like that. And if she's not, and you got a court date coming up and she's not even talking about it, she's not going to do that for you. And they're just going to take your kids.
Yeah, my
She's not
mother's
gonna
lawyer
stop
was a
it.
pro bono lawyer too, the one that colluded with the hospital and the care facility. So, I mean, it's even worse with the free ones. From my own experience, I can't say for every case because obviously everybody's different and we don't know all the, you got to do it on a case by case basis. But based on what we've seen, it's not looking good
But
for that.
it's not looking good. But I would at least have that paperwork in on the file, on the record, and that you
Right.
put it in, because if you get to go back later on, and nobody wants to hear that. If you get to go back later on, you could want to do this for now. Nobody wants to hear that, but
It's
I've been
important to
building
put
a
that on
case
the
for a
record
long
for
time,
later
and I do
because of
stuff
what they're
that I'm
doing.
just like, this is pointless, but at least I have it on a record now. Like I know complaining about the judge and all them isn't going to get me anywhere because they're all colluding together. But now I have a record of it. If we can ever find a court of law, I have this record that I could actually go into a court of law and face, write out a warrant for the wrongdoers and actually get to face them,
Yes.
for what they've done. If we find a court of law, now that's a really iffy
Yeah,
question.
I mean, I'm just based on what I'm seeing and based on what I'm looking at and all across the board, I'm thinking we might have to take everything international.
I don't know if that will even work.
I don't either. I would hope so, but I mean, it's looking like right now that DOJ and the FBI is part of it.
'Cause I know another girl that was just asking me what she should do that's about to lose her kids too. Same scenario, but I think they're going to adopt hers out. And like once they get your kids, they got them. That's it. And that's how it ends up going. Like once they have, like I knew is when they got my kid, that was it. And I definitely knew if they got her out of state like they did, that was it. And I haven't seen her in almost 2 years. So, and I knew it. And that's why I fought so hard. They literally had to put me in jail for contempt of court to get my daughter from me, to actually take her. And because she still wouldn't go, they had to put her in a mental ward to get her drugged up, right? Started putting her on drugs that she didn't need, started getting in her head, because these hospitals are connected to this shit too. And they put her in a rehab in Wyoming, shipped her off, you know what I mean? Like, and that was it. And then, her dad and I live in different states. So to be, alienated and cut out, erased is like really simple when you're in 2 different states. I mean, you just cut them off. Don't let them have any way to communicate, and then take my rights from me because my daughter was complaining about abuse. Like they did, like they did your daughter. It was fine until there was abuse going on, right? And then they take them. And that's
my ex literally called CPS on me 3 to 6 times a year for the last 5 years, and they always took my side until this.
I have the same situation. He called 3 or 4 times on me. They never took her. I mean, they come to my house, talked to us one time, and case was closed. It was never a case. So I know exactly what you're talking. They, so they get them in the court. That's why they got this little cabal of demons. I don't even know what you call them.
Called CPS and said my oldest was molesting my youngest. And because my oldest was molested, and it's documented through CPS, because I called CPS when that happened, they treated my daughter like a criminal. And they made me put an alarm on her door. At night, she started peeing and pooping in her room. She was only 6 at the time, my oldest was.
Right.
Because she didn't want to wake everybody up in the middle of the night to leave the room. She used to cry to me and say, "What did I do, Mom? What did I do wrong, Mommy? What did I do wrong? Why do these people hate me?" And I'm just like, you did nothing wrong, baby. It's all
from trauma.
I'm not sorry.
They want our kids traumatized,
And now my sister had my oldest convinced that I was crazy, so that she hated me for a while until the counselor looked right at her and was like, "Look, your mom is not crazy." So
Well, they've done the same thing where they've convinced my daughter not to talk to me.
I want to go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was
going to say I want to read for our viewers the internet what the International Criminal Court is. I think people might find this useful. The International Criminal Court is a court of last resort for the prosecution of serious international crimes, including genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Impetus for the court came from the ad hoc international tribunal set up in the 1990s to address the atrocity crimes committed in the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. The court's founding treaty, the Rome Statute, was adopted in July 1998, and the court began work in 2003. Since then, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, has made headway in bringing global attention to the need for accountability in prosecuting cases arising out of investigations in Central African Republic, Darfur, Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Uganda. But the court has had performance shortcomings, including the prosecution's inability to submit sufficient evidence for convictions. The ICC has also faced intense political attacks and judicial setbacks, including lack of support in making arrests and too limited resources from ICC member countries to match its growing workload. As human rights crises marked by international crimes proliferate, the court's mandate has proven to be both more needed and more challenging to implement than its founders envisioned. All right, but yeah, so that's basically just a brief rundown of the International Criminal Court, folks. Shit, that doesn't look like they're going to be able to handle a workload with all this corruption going on either. What do you think about that, Dottie?
I think we need to figure out a way to do like a nation RICO, like we're the whole nation. I mean, really, it's everywhere, and we all know what they're doing. All of us know what they're doing. Like they're not hiding it. There's no more to hide.
No, they're not hiding it at all.
And
it's right out in the open.
We need to remember that these are public servants. We have rights, God-given rights, right?
Damn right we do. Damn right we do. This is our tax money they're racketeering.
Man created judges. They don't have power over us. It's not like that,
Our lives with all of our human rights. They're fucking over all of our human rights under the UN, under the UN, and they have no right to just take our whole lives from us and make us miserable our whole fucking lives.
They don't, but they're trying. They sure as hell are trying.
And they're so open about it. Like CPS literally admitted to me they went through my mail. They went into my mailbox. They went through my mail.
How do they even get away with that? That's illegal.
Yeah, a federal offense.
Yeah.
Our whole call was, I wasn't here because I'd already called and rescheduled it, but the CPS worker that was coming and did not get the memo, she showed up. I wasn't here. So instead of leaving like they should, she opened up my mailbox, went through my mail. And I'm actually managing the whole apartment building. There's 3 families in here. And the owner has bills in his name. And so he gets mail here. So they're like, oh, you lied to us about having nobody else live with you because you're getting mail for a man.
Oh, wow. I know they'll use any old excuse. It's like they're going out of their way to find anything they can to create a story or a narrative that fits their what they want. And they're totally lying. They're totally doing fraudulent documents and everything. I've seen it with Dottie's case and a bunch of others too, and including yours, from what you showed me just so far.
Did you record her saying that?
I thought I had it recorded because I record all calls, but apparently they only save so many unless you actually star it. So I wasn't able to find it, but I'm still trying to see if there's a way to go back.
Try to go and talk to her again about it if you can, like just bring up some little conversation that leads to it, maybe kind of drag her a little bit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Get her ass. That's a felony.
Yeah.
I want to help handcuff that bitch.
Right?
Like that, like the worker who did that, her name was Hannah. She no longer works for them.
Is
what I did.
Yeah, of course not, because they was like, oh, you're the weak link, gotta go. That's probably what they thought.
Sexual allegations are supposed to be minimum 2 months. That's their policy. They did it in 3 weeks. The worker who investigated it for them.
Wow.
They fast tracked that, didn't they?
They also have their own, like CPS has different departments in it, and there's a department for sexual allegations. I know this because my oldest, like I said, was molested. So I've met a worker from that department. And the worker who I had was the worker I had for the last year before this. It was not from that department.
So wait a minute, they slow down people getting their kids back because they got 1 bedroom instead of 2, but they fast track people getting their kids back if they fucking sexually harass them.
Yeah. They gave him his
So fucking
his
confused.
back without even investigating it.
Oh my God. That's disgusting. I can't believe our nation lets this shit happen. I really can't. You know, it's still.
And they say they investigated it.
Shit.
The stain exam, they won't even test the hair follicle that they pulled out of her butt. Said that there was no male DNA found on the swabs, that they are not going to test the hair. And this is the police, the sheriff's office.
And they have the DNA on it?
The hair probably has DNA in it, yes. And it was too long to be a dog hair, and it was black almost. It wasn't my hair because I had blonde at the time.
But they won't test it?
No, they will not test it to see if it's human, non-human, male, female, nothing. They will not
That's
test it.
just crazy.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is crazy.
I even asked to speak to the guy's boss, because the guy who I spoke to was the guy who took my children from me illegally, saying it was legal, the cop. So I asked to speak to his boss, and she said, no, they're not going to test it unless I come up with new evidence for them.
What?
And then, yes.
Wow.
If they come up with new evidence for them, they'll happily revisit it. And another thing is I talked.
They're obligated to look at all the evidence, and they're just ignoring a whole lot of it, folks. Just want to put that out there because they are. I've seen it happen on almost all these cases.
They're picking and choosing just like the fucking cops.
And Steve, he has a brother, and his brother and me are on speaking terms because he's never done anything wrong, you know, and it's my kid's uncle. So he needed food. So I took him to the store to buy him food. And he's like, you know, I know he's my brother, but I haven't spoke to him in almost in like half a year. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because last fall, me, Steve, and Isabel were at Dad's, and Dad was in the other room, and Isabel and Steve were in the recliner, and Isabel was grinding on him. And I was like, dude, that's sick. It's your own daughter. And me and him argued, and I had to leave. And he's like, I haven't been to my father's since. Wow. So like, he believes me, and he knows because he's seen it. And that's his own brother.
Wow.
That's just sick. I mean, I don't understand how these bastards are getting away with it. And you know, the only thing that makes any sense to me is, well, they're probably in on it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like my family has done crazy things, you know, like turned against me, like things I wouldn't think that a family would do, but it is common. You hear it quite a bit of like family turning on you, basically, you know, like
yeah, two of my uncles raped my sisters together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did your family turn on you too, Jessica?
Yep, my sister did. Her husband sexually approached my daughter, Dale Freeland. And then my daughter moved out, and then she ended up getting in a car crash and dying. And I thought always that they would be okay because they were with her and that she would protect them. And even though she was taking them from me, and I thought that I deserved them, you know, I didn't think, you know, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't smoke weed when I had my kids. I was a good mom. I took them to restaurants and family vacations. I took them to Six Flags. I took them to, you know, SeaWorld and safaris and museums. Right. Church. I took them to church every Sunday. I cooked them healthy fucking fruits and vegetables every night. I made sure the house was spotless. I mean, there was no reason to take my kids, but she tricked me, and she did. And I always thought that they would be okay. You know, I was like, she couldn't have kids. I get it. She couldn't have kids. So she felt like she needed to steal some babies. Okay. I'll just let her do it to me. It'll be all right. You know, and then I'll get them back here. She'll give them back. She never gave them back. She promised me she would give them back.
Wow.
She never did.
And you were
And then her
angry.
husband sexually approached my daughter. Yeah. These were people that I thought that I could trust, you know, like Heaven thought she could trust her sister. That's why I recognized it, because she was gaslighting her like my sister did me. Like every time I
Yeah,
would try to
you know,
or try to talk to her at all, she would get super self-defensive and act like she did nothing wrong and that everything was my fault.
Yeah.
you're the one who told me what parental alienation was and told me she was doing it. And I tried to say, no, she's not. You know, I tried to stick up for her. And you're like, no, I swear this is what's going on.
Mhm.
And I
Well,
just didn't
told you,
want to believe it.
I hoped with all my heart that I was wrong and that you had a better sister than me. I really did. That's just terrible.
But when you know what it is and you can see it and you see it, you know,
Yeah.
I'm obligated to tell somebody if I see it, you know, if I'm to notice that, like I wish somebody could have told me faster,
Yeah.
you know, like I would have knew things quicker than I knew, you know.
Because the moment I knew that she was doing that, she was actually emotionally manipulating me during text so that I would actually be emotional each text. She told me at the
Yeah.
beginning of September she was getting rid of my younger two kids. There was nothing CPS said, no amount of money. She didn't want them anymore. She was getting rid
Oh
of
my
them. And she made me to believe that for a month.
Right,
Oh
to put you in
God.
that state of mind
Yeah.
where you're, you know, you can't produce chemicals to, you know, learn or stay healthy or think right, you know,
Yeah.
it's a
She's
really a
probably just like my
psychological
sister.
warfare that these people are doing.
Yeah, like they're hoping that we'll just kill ourselves and they won't have to deal with this anymore.
And then the
Something.
moment I told her, because she tried to say my youngest hates me now too, pretty much. So the moment she said that was the day that I realized all this happened, because my counselor told me, she called him. He was sick of me praising her when she had did
Because he
that.
knew.
So that's why he told me. That day she was telling me now my youngest hates me too and doesn't want to go to visits. And I'm just like, I know my children love me, so I'm not going to get upset over this. That was the last communication she had with me. She was told CPS and told the children's home I'm no longer allowed to contact her under any circumstances. The following week during visit, my daughter swallowed, my 11-year-old, I should say, because I have 3 daughters, my 11-year-old swallowed a penny during the counseling session because she wanted me to cry and freak out so badly that she amped the drama to literally throwing a penny in her mouth and swallowing it. So I asked my sister to keep me posted on the urgent care after, and she never texted me back. And I get a phone call from both CPS and the children's home telling me that I'm no longer even allowed to talk to my sister.
They can't stop you from finding out how your kids are. That's against the fucking law.
I
You
have to find out from the children's
right.
home. If I have something to communicate to my sister, I have to communicate it to the children's home worker, Chelsea.
I hope that bitch chokes to death on a fucking donkey dick.
And the worst thing is now she's texting me pictures and stuff, she's trying to get me to message her.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're pushing.
No,
So
I
you got
can't.
court dates coming up, so they're really going to push to try to get something to happen, especially right before these court dates you have.
Yes.
So they're really going to try to push, you know, something.
Yes. And the one with my sister, she's saying that I use marijuana for anxiety. That's one of the reasons she's keeping them. My sister uses marijuana. The last time I was at my sister's house, my kids were there. We went up into the bathroom. It was my birthday party because she knew I was depressed because I couldn't see my kids for my birthday. So she kind of let me come over for my birthday. We went into her bathroom and we smoked.
Get the judge drug tested. Everybody smokes weed.
My sister takes
No kidding.
pills for her mental health. My sister had such bad depression. Her other thing is I have a bad mental health. My sister had such bad postpartum depression, she could not look at her middle child, which is her only daughter, when her daughter was born. My niece lived with my sister's father and her stepmother for 13 years of her life before she came home to my sister's house. Like, my sister's got major body dysmorphia issues. She's anorexic and bulimic. She has a lot of mental health issues. So she's saying that I have mental health issues, but she does too. And then the other thing she's saying, I allowed my kids to have weapons because my daughter had a bat, which my daughter took 3 years of baseball. And she tried to say that I had a machete that I allowed them to use, but I kept a machete above my front door because there was a aggressive dog in the neighborhood that I've already previously fought, called the cops on the dog's owner because he tried attacking me. And the cops said I could not discharge a gun in city limits. So I asked if I could use a machete and they said yes. So I kept it above my door in case the dog came over to attack me because I had 2 dogs.
Man, if they would have tried to use that on me, I have bats at every door.
Right. Like everybody has weapons.
Literally, I have, single mom for a long time. Bats at every door. My daughter even slept with a bat by her bed. Like we both had bats. Like, you don't know, it was just her and I all the time. Like it was me raising her, so it was always just her and I. So, and she see me having a stick. She's like, what are you gonna do with the stick? Well, somebody comes in, I'm gonna hit him with it. Like,
right.
So she had a bat. We all had a bat. We had a bat by every door. I mean, what are you gonna do when you're a single female? They can't use that defense, and it's your home. You have the right to defend your home.
Yep. And then there's also the order of protection that I was talking about has my oldest 2 against Steve. My sister's been hanging out with him, even though there's an order of protection for my oldest 2. And I don't know why she'd hang out with him because they never hung out before this. She actually threatened to kill him before because when he tried killing me.
She probably sleeping with him. I wouldn't doubt it, dude. I wouldn't doubt anything anymore.
Jessica cracks me up.
She has a husband, but yeah.
That don't matter. Not to people like that. She didn't care you were her sister. She ain't gonna care she got a husband. People like that.
I really suggest you requesting first thing tomorrow morning. My advice would be to call that attorney you have and ask them to file a motion, a motion for modification for custody, or what documents, they feel that you should need. I would think a motion for custody because you have your rights. So it just sounds like they're trying to go in and modify custody on you and, take your rights from you through like a modification. I don't know, I could be wrong, but that's, that's how they do it a lot. And then I would ask for them to do a preliminary injunction, like a order to protect the child from, the dad. So put your own order of protection in, but not a temporary restraining order. You want a preliminary injunction or something like that, something that isn't temporary, and whatever other motion, and if they're not willing to have that done or have something for you to look over by the end of the day, I would get rid of them, and I would go in as a woman and handle my own business, because you can't even talk in court when you have a lawyer.
Correct. That's been the biggest issue.
Your voice isn't heard because when you hire a lawyer, you've already told the courts off the flip that you're incompetent. You can't handle your business, that you're not capable of handling your business. So you have somebody representing you in court because you're not capable, like you're retarded or stupid or crazy or something, and you can't do it. You have an attorney. So you can't even speak. You can't file. You can't do anything with an attorney on your case. And so you have little time. So if she's not going to file anything for you, I would get rid of her and just file something for myself.
Right.
File a motion for evidence. What is it? It's where you see everything on their files.
Can you see transcripts when you do that? Because that's one thing I really want to prove that he never had an investigation, because it was in court transcripts. He said to the judge that day was the first day he heard.
You should have that lawyer get them for you. They should already have done that if that was something you wanted to look into.
Lawyer I've only met once because it's new, but my last lawyer I've been asking about it this whole time and he never did.
File a motion for discovery and they have to show you everything.
That's going to take too long. Her court dates are coming up. Like there's no way that she's going to get that. But she can go in and ask the court for the transcript herself. I mean, it's going to cost money, but you can get the transcripts a lot faster than And it's not discovery. You want disclosure. Disclosure is the whole case. That's where you really get
Disclosure,
everything.
Yeah.
You get everything, even the things that's in the file that they're not even going to use in the case should be in the file when you get disclosure. But I wouldn't go in there with nothing filed. I would go in there at least standing my ground and trying to fight.
Right.
I don't think you're a lawyer, especially being a free lawyer, is going to try to fight for you.
I had to consent without acceptance everything they said about me.
What is that?
For them to take my rights off the table of trying to take my rights away right now, because I was fighting in court for too. Consent without admittance is when I am signing that paper stating that everything they said about me is going to be on my record. I can't work with children ever again, but I'm not admitting anything they said is true.
You
because
look that up.
Hell no, don't sign nothing
Look that
like
up.
that.
I did, but there's a couple different things that come back that it could be for. I don't know which is which, so that's why I was asking.
Okay, well, let's look at it.
They told me
I
if I did
know.
not
Listen
sign
to
that, then
them.
they would not take my rights off the table. That I'd
Where-
be
where-
fighting for them too.
Where
They
did you
lied
get
to me,
that
though. They told me
that
they
text
wouldn't
from, Dottie?
Mm-mm.
Huh?
Sorry, go ahead, Jessica. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I was just saying, don't listen to them. They'll lie to you to tell you whatever they gotta tell you to get you to sign shit, and then they will fuck you over for the rest of your life with that paper. Don't ever sign that shit when they're threatening you like that. They're trying to get you to sign that, but you don't have to, and it will probably end up better if you don't.
I did though, and I shouldn't have.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So now I could never work with children. And on paper, I was mentally ill without getting myself treated. I was on illegal or unprescribed drugs, and I was allowing inappropriate people around my kids.
Do you have that paperwork?
Yeah.
And what do they title this paperwork that you had you sign?
I would have to pull it up. I honestly have a stack that's 2 inches thick of paperwork.
Right.
Oh, I'm so sorry they got to you before we did.
Well, that don't mean nothing, because you can retract all your signature. I have some court documents like where you can resend, like your
Right.
signature on stuff where you're like, no, never mind, you tricked me. I'm going to take that, kind of paper. So
Yeah, Dottie knows everything about this shit.
see, if that was me, I would file one of those. I personally would get rid of the lawyer and go on my own, because you're the only one that's going to fight for you.
Right.
Nobody else is going to fight for you. I've learned that, and I'm facing 7 years, and I won't get a lawyer. I'm facing 7 years in court right now with a felony because of my child case. Walk into family court, come out a felon with 7, possibly going to do 7 years, and I won't lawyer up, and they won't have my trial because of it.
Ain't that some shit? They'll give a murderer 3 months that shot his brother in the head in Fort Drum for sleeping with his wife, but they won't. They'll give Dottie 7 fucking years for fucking protecting her kid and not want to send her own child molester.
Potential. I don't know what I'll get. They offered me 5 years on paper. I told them no. I want a trial. I want 12 jurors and my peers, and I want to face my accuser. I want to face that judge, put the judge on the stand. That's how I feel about it. Even though they could probably eat me up in the courtroom because I'm not a lawyer, but I won't, I could still get my truth out there. I just figured if I stand on my truth and stand in my integrity and stay true and be honest, that I will prevail.
Yes.
Yeah, because you got at least one juror you're gonna get.
Right. Well, as long as I got a solid foundation, I've been honest all the way through. I mean, you can't catch me saying anything. And I've been recording since the beginning. I got recordings from day one, everything, all their case fixing, all of it in front of me in court, everything. I have all of it. So at least I could put it out there and it'd be on a record somewhere. They're a child trafficking ring here in St. Louis. Because it's really bad here.
Hold on, you tell her real quick.
You
Tell her
there?
real quick. Yeah.
So if you take it to trial, what they do is they're going to give you a deal up front, and they'll say, you do 5 years, and you say, no, I'll take it to trial. Well, they'll come to you and they'll offer you anywhere from like 1 to 3. And you say,
Nope.
I'll do that with probation. or you make it to where you don't have any jail time. And if they don't give it to you with no jail time, stay firm with the trial, because it costs more to take you to through trial than it does
Well, I
to.
know, and I'm gonna stay firm. I'm not even gonna take any probation, dude. I'm not even gonna do that.
Howdy.
Yeah.
Question.
You can still get hammered for obstruction of justice no matter what. Even though you were standing up for what was right and you did the right thing, you can still get hammered for obstruction of justice.
For obstructing what?
Yeah.
The cops were there. You have to be calm and let it happen and do the.
Oh,
proper-
that's not why I have charges. Those, I didn't get
Yeah,
any
that's not
charges
what
for that.
Yeah, but
Nothing
those-
happened to me. They left my daughter that night when the cops came to
they
take
always
her.
charge
I didn't get
murder,
any charges for that.
manslaughter. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
This was because she didn't send her back. Like they charged
No,
her.
I didn't get charged for any of that. I got charged with an email I sent to the judge. It's
Oh,
for tampering with a judicial officer.
Yeah, they didn't even charge her
Oh.
with anything related to that. It was all bullshit. And they took her daughter based on that false TRO.
Oh,
They'll plead it out to a terroristic threat. And fucking
like a terroristic threat kind of thing is what he thinks they'll plead it out to.
Yeah, yeah,
like-
yeah, that's exactly how they tried to in your discovery, tell them what we found in the discovery that you did get.
Oh, there was a QAnon or anonymous or somebody who doxed the judge
Uh-uh.
actually, and sent her a message, and they were quite the detective was questioning me about it. But I didn't know what he was talking about. At the time, I didn't even know what doxing was. I had no clue. I didn't know about this email and this doxing stuff until I got the discovery from the prosecuting attorney finally.
Oh.
I didn't know anything about it. To this day don't know who did it, don't know anything about it. It wasn't me. I had
Howdy.
nothing to do with it.
I have a question real quick. Do we have any hard evidence of trafficking? I would love to be able to prove that so we can freaking take these bastards down. What do we got as far as proving that angle?
Heaven's got trafficking evidence, don't you?
I was told that he was being investigated for trafficking. It is in the area. I know a woman not that long ago, she speaks out and advocates against the human trafficking because her daughter was taken and then they got her back. I can't remember how or something, but when this whole thing started, I looked everything up and I found that.
Oh, wow.
I was being threatened when this all happened. My life was being threatened for talking about it. My ex is in jail right now because a cop called him up and said if he talked about this to the senators like he was, then they were going to put him in jail. And he's like, am I doing anything illegal? And the cop said, no, but I'm personally going to see to it that you go to jail. He had court the next week for breaking an order of protection because he texted his ex, which is his daughter's mother. And he's allowed to text her. Like it's written in the order of protection that virtual communications allowed so that he can have video calls and everything with his daughter. He went to court and he was sentenced to a year in jail and he's in jail still right now.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
We all kind of just went silent there for a second, like, wow.
More sex trafficking. Yep.
Well, I mean, the evidence with my case, my daughter was sent to a facility that has a class action lawsuit against them for child labor and child trafficking. And they just shut down their doors a couple weeks ago and they wouldn't give me any sign of life for 8 months when I had to hire a private investigator that found her at this facility. If that's not child trafficking, I don't know what is.
Let's look at the definition according to the Department of Justice's definition, see what it says there. I think this would be an eye-opener for most people. So, human sex trafficking or human trafficking is a crime involving the exploitation of a person for labor, services, or commercial sex. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and its subsequent reauthorizations recognize and define two primary forms of human trafficking. Sex trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, obtaining, patronizing, or soliciting of a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act in which a commercial sex act is induced by force, fraud, or coercion in which the person induced to perform such an act has not attained 18 years of age. 22 U.S. Code subsection 7102(11)A. Forced labor is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, coercion, for the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, or slavery. 22 U.S.C. subsection 710211B. Additional legal definitions are contained in 18 U.S. Code Chapter 77, criminal definitions, and 19 U.S. Code 1307. Includes definition of forced labor for purposes of implementing the federal prohibition on importation of goods produced with forced labor. Okay, so based on that definition alone, I think we got plenty of evidence as far as that one Trinity Teen Solution goes, Dottie, don't we? With that video we got from that one Facebook profile on that, what they're doing. That the place they sent your daughter to, they definitely were involved in some trafficking. They did get shut down recently because of a lawsuit.
Yeah, they just shut their doors.
So
That's sick.
in that context, I would definitely say, yeah, your daughter was trafficked to that place because they were employing forced labor and disguising it as, oh, we're helping your kids with discipline, which is
yes. And it was the hospital, I believe, that recommended the place, or the courts. One of them, it wasn't something that I found.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It was, the Children's Hospital is the one that was like setting all that up.
Oh wow.
From what I understand. And that's just from having the medical notes.
Wow.
A little crazy, yes.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what's crazy is all these damn senators and governors and all of our higher power fucking government officials that every one of us has messaged and emailed and talked to and begged, and every one of them turning the other fucking cheek.
Well, I think that's a good time to play that video I got, Q, right there.
Yeah, I got you. You want me to run it up now? Is this something
no, because you're right. And they're all involved.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit of this is a presentation Dottie put together. These are some of her truths that she and many of us think everybody needs to be aware of, because I think it's important that we take a look at these things, even if they may seem a little subjective. I think it's important to open one's mind to.
They don't resonate now. They will be resonating really.
Right. All right. So let's just play this right here for her, because I think he makes some important points.
The children of this earth have a lot to contend with and need spiritually mature parents, teachers and counselors to help guide them through the incredible maze of confusion and interference that they are exposed to. The fourth strategy of the NAA enforcement of the Archontic deception strategy is child abuse and child sacrifice, with an emphasis on child sexual abuse. For this reason, it is very important to teach your child, when age appropriate, to know their genital area is sacred to them, and to protect their sexual organs and sexual energy from predators. Many children grow into adults without parents to teach them this vital lesson. We must help our children grow to learn that no one should access their genitals but them, and they should be in control of every aspect of their sexuality without shame or guilt. Therefore, it is extremely important that any adult with a functioning brain and heart that cares about the welfare of human children be made aware of this most disturbing Archontic deception strategy, which is to specifically target human children for a range of NAA-related biowarfare strategies, such as inflicting trauma-based mind control, vaccinations for genetic degradation, compromised immunity, and bioneurological hijack, to create lifelong pharma drug dependencies and addiction while in childhood, to culturally shape their minds to accept anti-soul and anti-life agendas like transhumanism, perpetrate mass child trafficking for sexual slavery equals consciousness slavery bindings, accept child marriages, genital mutilation, child sodomy, rape in group settings, rampant sexualization and promiscuity in child to adulthood, blood sacrifice, organ harvesting, SRA. The only way this will stop is if people like us realize what is happening, are willing to face this pain, and we build solidarity together in numbers to stop this, while recognizing it is directly sourcing from non-human agendas. Disclosure is much needed to help people see how far this goes and how humongous it is. This cannot be inoculated until people are willing to understand the NAA. This planet is filled to the brim with sexual predators that get away with this many times. Even if they are caught, nothing is done to rehab these people. Truths we all need to know. Truth 1. The NAA have installed human bodies in positions of governmental power that act as puppets to collect the children in massive amounts for them. These are possessions and satanic entities inside a human body. This means that person is not in control of their body, has an alien handler, and is possessed by satanic forces. IT is not human anymore. Truth 2. The police force, the FBI, the government agencies will not protect our children. They all reach a threshold of no access, top secret compartmentalization to their pay grade. IT is up to us to protect our children and to be aware of this heinous crime, and not allow any person we do not trust near our kids or exert control over our kids, in every way you can. If you decide to have children, IT is up to you to protect them, period. Truth 3. The Black Ops Mike human military has underground labs where they torture and breed children in labs for the NAA in exchange for alien-based technology. Truth 4. Displacing massive amounts of people as refugees is a cover for trafficking and taking a large amount of people and not having any record of where those people went. IT is the pedo dream and is the sick reality of what is occurring worldwide with the refugees. Truth 5. Patriarchal domination cultures that promote misogyny will always lead to sexual abuse, sexual misery and pedophilia, as the female principle is out of balance, which further disempowers women from protecting their own children and maintaining the love and mother-child bond. The satanics want to destroy the mother-child bond in humans.
That was a great little presentation, Dottie. But just for context, I want to make sure that YouTube, Facebook, and all these other platforms know we're not making any claims. These are creative works, and that's all they are. We're not making any claims whatsoever. So let's get that right out there right away. But yeah,
these are my truths.
right, exactly. They're Dottie's truth, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. That's why we have that disclaimer at the beginning. So, would you like to wrap up just briefly, Heaven, what your plans are, what your moving forward looks like for you as far as getting your kids back or fighting for your kids or fighting this fight? We'd love to hear that.
Well, I checked myself into outpatient mental health and got myself a mental evaluation. I checked myself into outpatient addiction for my marijuana use so that I was getting piss tested regularly to prove I wasn't on heavier drugs like they were trying to say. I took parenting classes when the children's home offered them to me because CPS didn't want to give them to me. So I did everything above and beyond their requirements. So I'm hoping that, because they're saying, CPS says that right now it's going to unsupervised visits, but at the children's home, and then it'll go to unsupervised for the 2 hours I could take them away. And then it'll go to unsupervised, them staying at the night with me. And then it'll go to them coming home.
Who made this plan out? Was this your plan?
No, that's what they said, that is their plan. So I'm trying to just expedite it and get them home as quickly as possible because their plan sounds like it's going to be a long time.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
But yeah, so we thank you so much, Heaven, for sharing your story. We really appreciate it, and we would definitely love to have you on for a follow up as things progress. And keep fighting that good fight. Don't ever give up.
I won't.
Even though the courts seem to be corrupt. Oh, go ahead, Jessica.
I was just saying, don't let them make you feel less than you are.
Right. And even though the courts are corrupt, and it doesn't look like we're going to not get any justice out of that, still keep fighting. You got a whole team of people here that will back you up 100%.
Right. And if you choose to get rid of your lawyer and you want, just some help or with anything, with like some kind of help, feel free to reach out to me. I've been doing this on my own for a little bit now. I don't know, like, I'm not a lawyer and I can't give legal advice, but I know things, some steps and some things, and I've got a little practice at writing papers, court documents, because I've been writing them for myself. So, I mean, if you decide to take that route on your own, I'm willing to, help you with anything that you may need to do that.
Wow. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you on that.
I mean, because
Definitely.
I did some crazy stuff in my case. I tried to hold the GAL in contempt until I wanted her to purge her wrongdoings. Miss Freiner, I don't know what you're trying to do. Yes, you do.
Oh man, there's too much. All right, so let's I'm gonna bring up Shaunes Butler's pre-recorded interview that we did yesterday for her and promised we would air for her. So we're gonna bring that up right now, play that, and then we will do a little back and forth discussion a bit. And hey, Jessica, did you still want to play that video, that 5-minute adaptation to Sun Tzu?
Yes. Could you play
Cool.
that?
Yes.
I don't know.
No, we totally should play it because I have the book right here.
Ah, that's awesome.
So yeah, it's totally relevant. I had it right
It's
sitting in
just,
my box when you sent that.
My fiance actually recommended it for us. He said, you need to show this to all of them. This will help all of y'all so much.
Oh yeah, where do you think I get some of my tactics and my the way I operate from? We're using their own tactics against them. You got to. The only way to beat them at their own game.
Yeah, and I mean, from what I hear, you can't lose an argument if you understand these tactics.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, I think we can definitely prove some child trafficking in this next case we're about to hear. For sure.
Yeah, definitely. This ties in. Yeah, this is definitely
I'm just
very.
saying it works for him. He wins better arguments better than any woman I've ever met. That's saying something.
Even with saying something about we have proof of this trafficking. I think we have lots of proof of this trafficking from multiple states.
We've got shit tons of proof of this trafficking
from multiple states at that. So
cool. That I just want to make sure that that clarification was made. We have not presented every bit of evidence we have, folks, yet. And there's always a way, you always have to keep your cards close to the vest. You never want to reveal everything you're doing because then your whole strategy is revealed. But we have mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence from many, many different cases. There's overwhelming amounts that have so much proof of so many different things. It's almost unfathomable what we're seeing, but we do have plenty of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, it's hard to show it all. Like once you start, like once you see it all, and then it's
hard to process because you don't want to believe that this could be true, but then you're like, wait a minute, no, this is happening. It has to be because the evidence is showing you that, like what we've seen. It's
absolutely.
Yep.
And then once you do know, it's like
you can't unknow.
Yeah. You can't stop trying to learn more because something like that is really happening.
Mm-hmm. All right, are we ready? We're going to play this other segment from Shaunes Butler. I hope I pronounced her first name right. That's Jaguar's mom. So for those of you who don't know, who haven't heard her story before, if you go back and look at some of our previous shows, we've had her on a few times and she's given us an update. But this is a very, very, very sad story, what they've done to her son. And she does not know where he is. He is not in any system. They took him unlawfully, illegally. And I'll let the rest come from her mouth because she says it best.
I'm here. This Jaguar's mom.
All right, go ahead and give us your update. What's been going on with your case?
I don't know where my son is officially. They have sent my child off to an alleged kin that and what I suspect from being at let's call this my elder's child. I'm not gonna call them by the name because they're not worthy, but call them a monster. Let me use the word monster. But they are one of my eldest children. They are involved with forging records it is their signature that I have verified with an adoption agency in they say that it's their letterhead, but they say they don't do adoption in New Mexico. But it had their New Mexico address on it, and they verified it. Gretchen Zoe Medina, which is an attorney. She's also RN at Tufts Medical Center, and she's also the social worker, oddly, which need to go into investigations. They're using people IDs to get fake degrees and claim titles. She sent a letter on a Saturday, October 8th, over to the attorney, which is now, and I'm saying this live on the air, which is fired and discharged, who is not answering the phone for me, Scott D. Kahn, Kuhn, there in the Massachusetts area, I first contacted him on last year, and this year he had from June to September to work on my case. He's very slothy and very much malpractice and very, he refused to get the records for me. It does not take, like, if you're an attorney, so this would happen on October 8th, Gretchen sent the email. I called on Sunday, October 9th, I'm like, okay, I haven't heard anything, what's going on with my child? Then he got like, oh, well, let me check he checked his email, and he got an email that my child was supposed to be sent through the airport on October 9th, but it was sent on October 8th at 8:04. October 9th is a ritual day. It's part of the satanic calendar day. Yes, October 8th at 8:04 is one of the date of births that Gretchen Zoe Medina did. So she did this on her birthday, December 8th of another year in the 80s. That's her birthday too. So she had two separate birthdays. So she got there on October 9th. My child being at the Gill, which I've mentioned in Washington. They said they was they was gonna send him through the airport for someone that's an alleged kin. From what I've been told, I was told by the attorney that he wasn't in the court records, this alleged kin. I've been the sole parent. They had other parties speaking to my child. They never saw my child, and which I never signed permission for them to have them speak to my child or have any representation for my child. Oh. There has been a lot of fraud that's going on. Yeah. So I called the airport. Sergeant Scott Kearns ignored me and wanted to downplay that they had legal right to do this. I said, no, they're not showing you judge signed documents. That is false. They do not have legal right to send my child out of state at all. My child was supposed to be returned back to me on April 5th, 2021. Helen A.B. Bryant was supposed to be the judge. Scott Kahn first was saying it was supposed to be 3 judges on the case. But now he's saying it's Helen A.B. Bryant, which I suspect is somebody pretending to be her. I said, so send me, he's refused to give me any documentations, refused to get the audio of the actual event of the illegal activity, the raid by the police abducted my child. Scott Kahn is horrible. It's horrible. This is malpractice. This is, like I said, I am seeking a federal attorney.
Okay. Yeah,
you should turn them into the bar association.
Yeah, make a report. I would make a report.
I've made all those reports. I made it on the previous ones. All those, they got all those people, all those wicked debaucheries are all in office with each other. Everything has been reported to the Department of Labor, Department of Social Work, not just by myself, but with others. Also, they have did what they could to work on the case, and nothing has happened. Neil Wasaki, Patrick Long, that's born in Knoxville, Tennessee, where they saying that my child was sent to in Tennessee. He's an immigration adoption attorney there in Massachusetts, Concord, Massachusetts, Concord, New Hampshire, and also does the illegal immigrant adoptions also in Rhode Island.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a horrible figure 8. This is a satanic figure 8 that's going on. Neil Wasaki and Patrick Long were the attorneys before this one here. And they have all been betrayed. And I'm told Scott Kahn was even saying Neil Wasaki's name wasn't even on none of the documents. I have it listed up on the pages. If everybody goes to the story time that me and my relatives run, the Richardson page, I I have listed the email from him. I have been refused documents from all of them. So this is official kidnapping. Just for them to have my child and refuse me my proper right of court papers. And then Scott Conn, I had somebody, he was saying they won't give it to me. They won't give it to me. Oh, well, I wouldn't read the record, but all they did was let me take notes. They wouldn't let me get copies of it.
That's bullshit.
And you supposed to be a real attorney?
They have to tell you where your kid is.
They're supposed to.
No, they start saying they sent my child on a plane through Logan Airport, and so that Tuesday after October 9th, Scott Conn said he got the email. I've been asking him ever since the 11th. I said, so why don't you send me a copy of the email? Why don't you send me? Where's my child? What is the update? Did my child go to the airport or not? I called a group home to Gill, so everybody get the call in the Gill, call Scott Con's phone. Let's everybody make this viral. We need more shares. We need shares. This gonna cost me money to go up and down the country to find where my child at. We're not getting enough ads and response. We need numbers responding to us. We need everybody sharing.
Yes, we need everybody to share these stories out, folks, definitely. And we need to share them out in mass so people can become aware of them and help. Because there's still a lot of people that don't know about this corruption that's going on. I mean, just look at the example from your TikTok comments, Dottie. Like a lot of people seem to be still like kind of asleep to it, the younger generation at least.
Yeah, that's true. I was shocked by it. I was shocked about like what people are saying and how they how asleep, like they just don't know.
Right.
I had a TikTok go viral. I don't know if Jaguar's mom knows what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, well maybe give her a little background context. Go ahead.
I had a TikTok video of the police come to take my daughter. It went viral, but the comments are really shocking about how they're like, it's a court order, it's signed by a judge, it's the law. You know, like
yeah, like
they after what, a minute clip, they have no context for it, and then they want it. But TikTok is for short videos, like if you and you're like, and they want a part two. Well, if you want to make judgments on people like that, why don't you go and look at the full length footage is before making a snap judgment like you know something, you know?
I hadn't provided that yet.
No, I know, but I'm saying like there's plenty of information out there to fucking put it into context if you go look, but they don't want to go look. They're on TikTok because they want short videos. They want easy to watch.
Yeah, they rather watch silly stuff until it happened to them. They rather watch silly stuff until the stuff happened to them. Right. And just like I say, you know, everybody, like I said, this don't make any sense. The response that, you know, I'm going to be doing sponsorships. The Bonfire idea, which I suggested on last year. I'm still interested in, you know, when we're going to get that going.
Can we do that? Dottie set up a bonfire campaign for her and her son?
Yeah. Cool. I want to know how we can find out who has her babies. It's got to be somebody kin. Is it somebody kin to you or is it somebody kin to him?
She said somebody kin to her, I believe.
The combo. It's a combo. Okay, so everything is a long story. So let me get into that long story. I'm going to be about 10 minutes on this story. I'm trying to summarize it quickly as possible.
All right,
so this is a ex. This is an ex that they're accusing of being the father of my child. My child name is Jaguar Butler. I'm Shaunes Butler. That is my child that I have raised. I was that I could, you know, conception, all my child. No test tube baby or none of that. That's all. That's my child. So my child, I have attended by myself. When I signed up for services and delivered that child, that was my child. Yeah. And when it's time to get there and sign stuff, they like I say, that's my child. So they have an alleged person, and then the fact that Scott con artist, he get there and did not recognize, took it don't take no 4 months to get there. And I had somebody that was in Massachusetts that could have went with him to the courthouse. He said, "Oh, but I look weak having somebody with me. You not giving me my documents and getting the documents, period." But I'm saying somebody could go with you to witness and advocate and be you know what I'm saying, go there with you to make sure I get my documents quickly as possible. He dragging time on. I was supposed to have court in December. So the court in September, he told me, but he didn't show me no proof. But he said, well, you got caught on December. He gave different dates of the 4th, the 9th, or the 12th. Why don't you give me the exact papers of the exact date and do a proper plan? So he basically was inconsistent and two-faced, multi-faced, polyfaced. And okay, so that's an alleged person. There's also another relative. I'm gonna call him the monster, but it's my eldest child. Let's just say that's my grandmother's child, my grandparents' child, my grandmother's child. That's beyond stupid. And it has to straight up that like I said, they ain't nothing but a pigeon. It makes no with the agency, and so when I call the agency in Texas, they were familiar with Nicole Gooden that's doing business in New Mexico from New Mexico with, but they wasn't familiar with the parties, nor my child name. That agency said, well, we do not have your child. They say, as a matter of fact, we don't even do adoptions here in New Mexico, nor do we do business with Massachusetts. Blake Lopez's name was on the paper, on the form. He's supposed to be the DCF supervisor there in Massachusetts. It is a big corn maze story that don't make no sense. But the people over the adoption agency say they only do adoptions out of Texas. But this partner here stay in Texas. But however, nothing but their signatures on it, but nothing but the Texas letterhead wasn't on it. Wasn't on the paperwork, was New Mexico. He say the New Mexico office don't do anything with adoption at all. It's a Texas office. So he said, well, it's under investigation. So this party here, which is a kid that never saw my child, never. I have not talked to them in 25 years. Unfortunately, what I did is, like I said, I'm being misled by a lot of nonprofits and a lot of parties that are preying upon me due to my child being kidnapped, and they making false promises. And then after they say something, they say, oh, well, I didn't promise you anything. Like, no, you begged me to come down here, and I come to, so they was going through my stuff. They stole money from me. They're talking about people's car. I said, well, I don't have you on none of my paperwork, so why would somebody be calling your phone number when it took the longest for me to get your phone number? I have never put you down on anything. So why would they say, oh, well, they say they got a package to deliver to you and they asked for you. I said, so how did they pronounce my name? Because there's over like 1,000 cousins. We all got similar names. So exactly, are you playing games with me or are you sure it's my name? And this party, it's a long story about them. I'm expecting, like I say, they're associated with this other politician that hangs out with Nancy Pelosi and them with this story here. Every time I say something about their name and the stuff that they did, they kind of cringe like they know them. But let me tell you, this party here want to get there, and also they want me to come be with them to go get a 2-bedroom with them, a grown elder person. I say, so why don't you get there and buy a house? This don't make no sense here. Then it's the same and wouldn't take their inheritance where they was left 20-something houses but want to stay in project housing. I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. I'm saying how they, you know what I'm saying, people misusing it. They make it like it's so hard to whatchamacallem, but you know, they make it so hard like to house people, but it's people that get there and abuse the system extra unnecessary than they have to. This party, like I said, a lot of suspicious stuff about them. It's too much to say, but I have verified that their signature on the work. I've seen through the 25 years that I have not been in contact with them. I have records from others, and even from being around them where they were stalking me. They had prayer lists written with my social security number and all my data on it with wicked stuff on it.
Oh, witchcraft.
Yeah, they're on Antoine and Pinemont in the Houston area. This person here, and much that I say they're gonna get there and they're not gonna have their place for long. Yeah, gonna get there and want me to get. Then they also wanted me to have them down for a reference. Then want to insult me. Oh, well, you need to do this and you need to do that. I mean, just domineering narcissists that want to write the narrative for my life, never saw my child before, and here it is, the group homes, and DCF got this person here talking to my child. Well, about no mama, new mama, no bye-bye mama. My child was not like that when he was at Janet Mendez facility. As a matter of fact, Janet Mendez said on the first call, "Oh, he really been asking about for you." When I was attempting to call for him and wait for his calls, they was monitoring, they was doing that Stingray type of software on my phone, playing with the phone. So when they eventually blacked out the iPhone, we was giving those iPhones brand new as gifts right before my child got kidnapped. We had an iPhone set. They took one with him, and they was tapping the one that I had. And I also suspected they got there and vandalized the vehicle and stole my documents and my jewelry and stuff. I have anybody see somebody with cherry earrings in their ear, and I know ain't nobody got them because they custom made from the southern prison. I'm telling you, if I see them, they're going to get jerked out of their ear.
I put the link to the Stingray phone tracker from Wikipedia definition up there in the chat for everybody. It is real. It's definitely a real device, folks. Wow, they're
yeah, that's how I
like that.
That's hard. They use that in airports.
They're really trying to fuck with you, aren't they? Holy crap!
But I mean, there is so much stuff going on, and it's other stuff on the side that was happening, but right now we got to focus on getting everything out about my child. This is affecting my livelihood. And then the same person that I'm talking about, this grandparent child that I suspect is using, I really suspect that the alleged kin who is claiming is my ex, I'm suspecting because they got there and said, I said, look, you act like you so broke when you here around me. How you going to get there and you didn't sign paperwork for my child doing fraud and stuff like that? I said, and then they almost 80 years old. And then I said, so who's going to get at the airport? So they said this uncle, William Walker, that stays in Palmdale, Lancaster, California there. And his photo is, y'all go to the page on the Richardson page that our relatives and acquaintances use. It has my son's picture. It also has William Walker. They said that, they're going to be the one to get the child. They supposedly going to use an ex name, take their name to get my child when the people call them for the airport. Now, this was said months ago. And my child supposed to send through the Logan Airport. Now everybody reached out to this ex here that is an alleged kin. Massachusetts is anti-jurisdiction and non-resident, so they anti-jurisdiction and non-resident. They have no right to send my child over anywhere to anybody. They have my child talking to people that he has not met, and the person is also claiming to be a relative of this alleged ex. There is so much fraud. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call this person name out. Harold. Matter of fact, Harold's ex-wife. Harold Eugene White ex-wife, he's not able to be located, but his ex-wife, Dina, Marie White, is getting there saying that she is the mother of an ex of mine, and saying that's how they're the grandmother of my child. And no, you're not. They have never seen my child. I'm telling you, there is so much trafficking, Epstein trafficking that is going on. This here has to go viral. I'm telling you, I have been to Lifetime A&E studios. I have went to so many radio stations. I gotta have the funds, but this same person want to tell me, well, you shouldn't be making no money off your child by how me.
Well, they took your kid, man. That ain't right. And when you're trying to do everything,
but the person that's doing the fraud, that's using my ex's name to take my child, and also signing with the New Mexico Adoption Agency, which state that they do not have my child, even though their name was on the letterhead where Nicole Goodman would do work for them. They're saying that part is also getting there. Like I said, with all this fraud, they stole money from me. And then they're going to tell me that I shouldn't get there and make money off of my child. I'm spending money out of pocket for my child. So I need all the donations released. I can't just go work a job 40, 60 hours, and at the beat, like, you know what I'm saying? They tell you, oh, come to court, like Scott Klein want to play that game, had me 2-3 days doing all this research, looking at other areas, to set up a Zoom, you know, make sure I have a recorded document at a courthouse or something like that. He is just a very malpracticing attorney. We got to get there and do a call with all these people, a straight call out, because this is not an opinion, this is not alleged, this is fact. My child is missing, and they had 4 months. They want to say, oh, well, I didn't take your case in September. No, you did not know. I reached out to you since last year. Then when my number got disconnected, and so I say, okay, it's taking too long for me to find an attorney, and it's taking too much to do it on my own, and everything just getting overwhelmed. So that's when I reached back out to him around June. So between June and September, you tell me you still ain't got my court documents and the audio, the videotape of my child being kidnapped? This makes it an official kidnap for the fact that I'm being denied by every one of my documents. This is an official kidnap, and my child should be on America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, they did kidnap him. They did kidnap him. What they did was fraudulent. They should have never took him in the first place. And based on the fact that they kidnapped him, well, they took him on false pretenses. That is kidnapping. Yeah.
Yeah, and refused to give me any court documents. I have been refused all court documents, and Scott Kahn is not answering his phone. But I let him know what he could do with himself without being himself. Get there and withdraw all the oxygen from himself. And whoever is around him, and the rest of the traffickers. Gretchen Zoe Medina, she has to be called out. It's not alleged, even though she has alleged birthdays. She's using October 8th and December 8th of different years as her birthday. Shoranna Sansfordoma, we did the record check on who she claiming as her supervisor. They use the name Patricia Toxie in some emails, and then the name Patricia Poxie. Come to find out that's a dead person in North Carolina that died in 2020 during the pandemic that's 80 years old.
Yeah, no, we're seeing identities of people stolen too. Yeah, a lot of the time.
A lot of that.
I'm going to be reposting that post, and I want you all to repost everything I post tonight in the group tomorrow. I'm going to be well occupied because right now, you know, I got a lot to balance in my life. And I have people, you know what I'm saying? I have people tell me I spend too much time on my child. Then I have people, you know, then I have some that say, well, you're not doing enough. I'm like, well, I'm not doing enough when I'm financing most of it. I appreciate everyone that have donated.
Right. You're doing the best you can under overwhelming circumstances and under incredible odds, and you're still pushing forward. And, you know, anybody that can't see that or recognize that, you know, that's their loss.
Yeah, they are at a loss of oxygen and everything, hydrogen and everything else.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for sharing your updates, Shauna. So we will definitely be in touch.
That's crazy with the name stuff. Like they're doing that. The fake names.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know they are.
Look at all the names that come up with my case when we background check people, and like with James and his wife, they got 15 different aliases, and you know what I mean? Like I've seen a lot of that.
Yep.
Is there anything we can do to try to help her find her kid?
Get to share. I need people sharing. I need you all taking screenshots. Everything is on the pages. #ReturnJaguar. It will be in the group. I need you all going to the download, print. I don't care how you got to do. Leave it at the bus stops. Leave it in the restaurant.
Maybe we can also do some background checks on that one person that you think that's kin that has them.
Oh, it's about a dozen I need y'all to do background checks on, because this is a whole long list of parties that are involved that have to be investigated.
Yes.
And this is a long trail from the West Coast to the East Coast.
It is. Would you send me those names in the signal chat?
Oh yeah, I surely will. I will be surely signaling and including the attorneys. They need to be investigated too, because this attorney has betrayed. This is betrayal of this attorney.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, put them in the chat to me, and then we'll look them up. I'll have Jen look them up, and
we put them in there earlier today. Some of them was put in there earlier.
Yeah.
No, he was only 6. He wouldn't even have a Facebook.
But yeah, send me the names that you need us to look up in the signal in my direct message me on Signal Chat, and we'll get it done for you.
Yeah, someone was put up in there earlier today.
Yeah, they're. I've seen them.
Oh, you did? Are they in the Sacred Lovisa? You guys?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Cool. Got it. Awesome. So hey, Dottie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I want to show because there's some people who are doubting the fact that we have evidence about the trafficking. Would you two care to bring up a couple articles for the Trinity Teen Solution so we can make our point and put this to bed?
Oh, well, I got something better. Let me pull it up.
They just haven't seen.
You got those videos still that I ripped for you from the Facebook page of that one guy the father that was running that place? We should show those too.
What are you talking about?
The ones I ripped from that guy's Facebook, from the boys' side.
Oh, yeah, I have
Remember?
that.
Yeah.
We can pull that up
we
too.
should show those too. We should show a couple articles on the lawsuit and a couple other factors. I mean, they were caught accused of child labor, right?
Well, they're being sued in federal court for child trafficking and child labor.
Okay, thank you.
And their trial date is set for July of 2023.
Okay.
They're going all the way forward with it. They actually have a date set now. And that came right after they closed down. I heard about the actual court date after the facility was shut down. But nobody knows why the facility was shut down.
But there's a lot of indicators and allegations.
Well, they're being sued for child labor and trafficking.
That's what they're being sued for.
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Right.
That's all we need to know. That's on the record and it's in a lawsuit.
Yeah, it's in the lawsuit.
That's where they sent Dottie's daughter about a year before they shut this.
Okay, and also
and the courts sent her there, folks. The courts were the ones that recommended it. Say that statement you made earlier.
I believe it was Children's Hospital, but they were all involved. The court system, the GAL.
But they were referenced through the court, Children's Hospital, right?
So they took my daughter from the court to Children's Hospital. And then in that time she was there for like almost a month, the GAL and the courts were making decisions, had a court hearing after 72 hours without me being present, all this other crap. And the courts knew where she was. I didn't know where she was. They wouldn't tell me, but they all knew. They gave her to a third party from the hospital.
My God.
Okay, so this first video is that I was able to find is do you want me to drop it in the chat?
No, you can share it yourself because I'm gonna share the article. If you want to bring it up on your end, go for it. I already enabled sharing.
So this first video I found is the camping stuff. Okay, so Trinity Teen Solution has
real quick before we start. I ripped these videos for Dottie directly off of a Facebook page of who is the person?
He was a counselor at the facility. Like
that's
I think
that's who posted these videos,
facilities. Right? Well, that's what I was trying to say. There is Triangle Cross Ranch, which is an all boys boarding school or rehab, whatever they're calling this place. And then there's the female one. The female one has been shut down. I'm not sure about the male one,
but they're both connected, right?
But they're the same family. The reports are that they would traffic these kids because the property is between Montana and Wyoming that this boys' home is on. And they would hide the kids they got caught doing this, hiding the kids from CPS and trafficking them between the states and things. So this is a video of them. I don't know what they're doing, but the guy says he don't even know where he's at.
Make sure you share your sound too.
I already did that. I'm trying to get the video.
Cool beans. Didn't I send those to you on Drive when I finally got them? Do you remember which Drive account I sent them from?
No, you might want to pull it up because my computer is really lagging.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. That's why I was asking what account I uploaded them from.
I have no idea.
Shared them with you from.
Yeah, like I can't do anything. I'm just spinning.
All right, well, I'm gonna share the article first, real quick. Or actually, you know what? Why don't I put it in the chat? You can share it, and then that'll give me time to look for it because you should be able to handle the screen read, right?
I'm hoping.
All right, let's try that. Where'd it go? I just had it. Oh, here we go. All right. Putting it in the chat now, Dottie.
Okay.
There we go.
These poor girls. I mean, these girls are even older and still having troubles, you know, coping with this.
And this is dated September 7th, 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay.
For girls who were depressed, drinking, skipping school or fighting with their families, Trinity Teen Solutions claimed to offer a cure. Desperate parents paid $6,000 a month to send their children to the Christian Therapeutic Program at a working ranch in a remote area of Wyoming, often without visiting first. What girls encountered once they got there, according to 22 women who spent time at the ranch as teens from 2007 to 2020, was a nightmare of hard labor and humiliating punishments that left some injured and others with post-traumatic stress disorder. In recent interviews and court filings, the women described injuries to their hands, legs and feet, including cuts, frostbite and in one case torn ligaments requiring surgery. From hauling heavy metal pipes to irrigate fields and carrying bales of hay they said weighed over 50 pounds. The girls built barbed wire fences, dragged carcasses of dead animals into a pile and were driven around the county to clean churches and recreation centers, they said. Image, Clarice Stegg, left, and Maggie Higgins carry irrigation pipes at the ranch. Trinity Teen Solutions sent Higgins' parents this photo as part of an update on her time at the ranch. Clarice Stegg, left, and Maggie Higgins carry irrigation pipes at the ranch. Trinity Teen Solutions sent Higgins' parents this photo as part of an update on her time at the ranch courtesy Maggie Higgins. From the time we woke up in the morning to the time we went back to sleep, we were always doing work. Always, said Tabor Conrad, 19, who left the ranch in 2020. And they were having us do the type of stuff that grown men do. If they stepped out of line, girls were forced to run up and down a small mountain, dodging rattlesnakes, or were given only a can of olives and beans for a meal, according to former residents. 3 women said that staff members who accused them of being stubborn tied them to a goat with a leash for days at a time. Down the road from Trinity Teen Solutions, which serves girls, sits Triangle Cross Ranch, a program for boys run by the same family that has also long been accused of forcing children to perform manual labor. The state has confirmed numerous regulatory violations over several years, finding that the ranch made teens box each other as punishment and try to interfere with government investigations. One former Triangle Cross Ranch resident said staff members branded his arm in the shape of a cross in 2012, leaving a lasting scar. Image, Andrew Scavuzzo, a former Triangle Cross Ranch resident, said staff members branded his arm in the shape of a cross in 2012. James Stuckenberg for NBC News. At both ranches, phone calls with parents were monitored and letters home censored. The teens had no way to contact law enforcement, they said, and the ranches are in a rural area bordering the Beartooth Mountains, about 30 miles from the closest gas station, leaving them with nowhere to run. Trinity is a bunch of fear-based activities and punishments that were supposed to teach you something, but all they taught you was how to be scared of everything, said Carly Sherman, 23, who grew up in Illinois and was sent to the girls' ranch when she was 13, and again at age 15. This account of conditions at the 2 ranches is based on NBC News interviews with former residents, their parents, state officials and child welfare experts, as well as dozens of state inspection reports, hundreds of pages of court records, documents the ranches gave to families, medical files, photos from the programs, internal emails from state child welfare officials and blog posts from ranch staff. Once the women from Trinity Teen Solutions were released, they said they tried to report what happened to them in every venue they could think of. They filed complaints with the Wyoming Department of Family Services dating back at least 15 years, left negative Yelp reviews, posted TikTok videos, and most recently filed a federal lawsuit with former Triangle Cross Ranch residents. But in response, they said, they faced inaction from government authorities. The owners of the ranches, who declined to comment, have broadly denied the former residents' allegations in recent court filings and have said the teens performed chores that were part of a therapeutic approach designed to build self-esteem. In 2016, Trinity Teen Solutions sued 3 of the women who posted negative reviews online for defamation. Image, Kelsey Van Meveren with a sign about her time at Trinity Teen Solutions for a social media campaign. Kelsey Van Meveren with a sign about her time at Trinity Teen Solutions for a social media campaign courtesy Kelsey Van Meveren. At least a dozen women reported allegations of abuse at the ranch to the Park County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Park County Prosecuting Attorney Brian Skorick said the case remains under investigation, but 7 women who filed reports said they haven't been contacted by prosecutors in 2 years. Through all of this, Trinity Teen Solutions and Triangle Cross Ranch have remained open for business, taking in children from across the country. An investigation by NBC News raises questions about the safety of children in these programs, and the state's role in keeping watch over them. The former residents' persistent and far-reaching effort to shut down Trinity Teen Solutions, and the long paper trail of state licensing violations at Triangle Cross Ranch, shows how difficult it can be to hold private programs for troubled teens accountable, despite consistent accounts of mistreatment at these ranches, accounts that alarmed 4 child welfare and farm safety experts who reviewed them at NBC News' request. Do you have a story to share with NBC News? Email reporter Tyler Kincaid. The troubled teen industry, a constellation of private boarding schools, boot camps, ranches and wilderness programs, is estimated to serve more than 50,000 children each year. If the programs, like Trinity Teen Solutions and Triangle Cross Ranch, don't take government funding, they are exempt from federal regulations. While many states, including Wyoming, set their own licensing standards, they vary widely and are not sufficient to protect children, advocates say. Wyoming doesn't do a good job of having strong regulation for youth facilities, said Anna Sheen, director of the nonprofit Wyoming Children's Law Center, based in Laramie. We are a state that has the values of small government and less government intrusion. The downside of it is it also allows for those who want to take advantage of the lack of regulation. The Wyoming Department of Family Services received complaints about the ranches dating back to at least 2007. Records show, alleging forced manual labor, lack of proper hygiene and inappropriate punishments. State regulations give the Department of Family Services wide latitude to take away a program's license, but its policy is to give facilities multiple chances to fix problems before trying to shut them down, according to department officials. Critics, including Sheen, say this is ineffective. When state officials found violations at the ranches, such as preventing girls at Trinity Teen Solutions from using the bathroom, forcing them to wet themselves, and Triangle Cross Ranch failing to report violent acts and suicidal and homicidal threats by children, the state did not suspend or revoke their licenses. Instead, the state asked the ranches to attest to changes they'd made in a corrective action plan. Roxanne O'Connor, a Department of Family Services senior administrator, said the state is hesitant to shut down youth facilities, in part because doing so would disrupt families who would need to find a new place for their child, particularly when we aren't seeing the level of severity where we think that children are in danger. There's always a reason for our rules, O'Connor said. We want them to be adhered to, but it's never black and white. In an additional statement, the department said that it emphasizes child safety as one of its core values and investigates all allegations of rules non-compliance to uphold that value. The department added that it could not comment on decisions made prior to 2019. When the current administration began, they took complete advantage of my parents who were at a complete loss of what to do. Samantha Salcido, former Trinity Teen Solutions resident. Trinity Teen Solutions and Triangle Cross Ranch rejected NBC News' request to visit, citing the lawsuit several former residents filed in late 2020, alleging that the ranches violated human trafficking laws by sending teens to work at other properties and businesses. Both ranches have responded in court disputing the former residents' accounts of forced labor, unsafe living conditions and dangerous punishments. There is a handful of girls that have made it their life's mission to blame Trinity for their failures and to cause harm to our reputation through ongoing slander and defamation, Angie Woodward, founder and director of Trinity Teen Solutions, told a local newspaper, the Cody Enterprise, shortly after the suit was filed. These claims are obviously a way for them to gain financially. Woodward noted in an email to NBC News that her ranch has maintained accreditation from the Joint Commission, an influential nonprofit that sets standards for health care and mental health facilities across the country. The Joint Commission declined to answer questions about Trinity Teen Solutions. Triangle Cross Ranch is not accredited by the Joint Commission. Beyond Wyoming, 8 troubled industry girls alleged abuse at Circle of Hope Girls Ranch in Missouri for years. It stayed open until they got on TikTok. Ultimately, the owners faced 100 criminal charges and the case prompted changes in state law. Advocates say legal loopholes across the country allow abuse to go undetected at religious boarding schools that promote themselves as reformatories for troubled teens. The roots of many religious facilities for troubled teens go back decades and leave a dark legacy. One facility in Mississippi was accused of selling babies from teenage mothers. Paris Hilton joined children's rights advocates in pushing Congress to enact new federal oversight of the troubled teen industry. Every day, children are being physically, emotionally, verbally, psychologically and sexually abused, Hilton said last year. Samantha Salcido, 28, who was sent to Trinity Teen Solutions from California in 2011, believes the ranches may have started with good intentions, but she thinks they ultimately harmed her more than they helped.
You want me to keep going? It's a really long article.
Yeah, I think we need to. I think we need to press it home so we don't ever have this issue again of anybody done it, because we have the proof. Just because we haven't shown everybody everything yet doesn't mean that we don't have it. You know, you never reveal your cards to the opposing side, folks. So, and then also you have to be able to vet
complete
information
advantage
too,
of
which
my
is
parents
also
who
another
were at a
reason why you do that. Just saying.
They
yeah,
took complete
let's put this to
advantage of
bed.
my parents who were at a complete loss of what to do, said Salcido, who had asked her parents to send her to rehab to help her quit drinking in high school. They profited off of that. It's pretty sad and sick. I genuinely wanted help, and my parents thought they were sending me to a good, Catholic, loving place. None of it was true. Anna Guzin struggled with anxiety and depression growing up in Austin, Texas. She was bullied at school, self-harmed when she was 15, and got into heated arguments at home. Her mother, Angela Alsop, researched therapeutic boarding schools online and stumbled upon Trinity Teen Solutions, the ranch in Park County, Wyoming, founded by married couple Angie and Jerry Woodward in 2002, promises equine therapy, Christian principles and an experiential learning approach. The ranch serves about a dozen girls at a time and boasts a 96% success rate, though its website doesn't explain how it determined that figure. Alsop thought the ranch sounded perfect for her 16-year-old daughter, an outdoorsy kid who loved horses. I told them all the things that were important to me, in terms of being a Christian faith-based program, outdoor, equine therapy, those kinds of things, Alsop said. They told me everything that I wanted to hear. Guzin knew she needed help, though she was surprised on the early morning of February 2, 2012, when 2 men from a transport agency, a business routinely hired to take children to troubled teen programs, came to her home to bring her to Wyoming. I might as well give it a shot, she remembers thinking, assuming she'd be at the program for a few months at most. Colorado Tourism, AD by Colorado Tourism. Unique Colorado Lodging. Experience Colorado in a whole new way this fall at these unconventional accommodations. You'll find cabins aplenty, covered wagons, yurts, even a Joop. See more. Image. Anna
No, it
Guzin.
happens to me too.
Anna
Nothing we can do
Guzin,
about it. It just
who now
selects all the
lives in
text on the
Greer,
page.
SC, said she was surprised when two men from a transport agency came to her family's home in Austin, Texas, to bring her to Wyoming in February 2012. Will
Try and
Crooks for
scroll and keep up with
NBC
the
News
things so
that
our viewers can
evening.
follow
She
along.
arrived at the 160-acre ranch near the Montana border. The property carries a musty, camp-like smell, former residents said. There are several cabins, livestock pens, a house and grazing fields, encircled by mountains inhabited by grizzly bears and elk. The staff strip-searched Gazan and gave her used clothes to change into, she said. Then, they walked her into a cabin where about a dozen other girls were sitting in plastic chairs. One by one they turned to her and said their name and how long they'd been there, a year, 18 months, 2.5 years. They looked so defeated, Gazan recalled. It just didn't feel right at all. And I was like, oh my gosh, like, do my parents really know where I am? It was like the first real moment of terror. Trinity Teen Solutions encourages families to send girls to the ranch for an extended time. Otherwise, according to its website, girls frequently revert back to the way they were before treatment. Two mothers of former residents said the ranch wouldn't accept girls for less than 6 months, a period of treatment all SUP had agreed to. But Gazan didn't know that at the time. Ellie Levering said her first moment of terror at Trinity Teen Solutions came during the strip search. When she arrived from Texas as a 17-year-old in 2018, she said, staff members made her get naked and stand with her arms out and her legs slightly spread while a staff member took pictures of her with a small digital camera to document any scars. Levering was one of 4 women who said they were required to be nude during the search. 7 others said their underwear remained on. It made me feel severely uncomfortable, she said. It was one of those things like a light switch. Like, okay, this is not a good place, I just need to do whatever I can to get the F out of here. In a court filing, the ranch denied that girls were strip-searched upon arrival. Days at the ranch were busy, former residents said. There were homeschooling courses and calisthenics. Once a week, the teens had private sessions with staff therapists, but the girls spent most of their time working, 6 to 10 hours a day, according to former residents, which included all of the cooking and janitorial work, as well as farm labor. They laid irrigation pipes, baled hay, chopped firewood and shoveled manure. The girls also trained and groomed animals for 4-H shows, scrubbed the floors at a church and installed fencing at other ranches, according to interviews and the ongoing lawsuit against the ranch. 3 former residents said in interviews that they were driven into town to clean houses. On its website, Trinity Teen Solutions states that girls complete tasks with integrity. Woodward has also told the state in letters that families send their daughters to the ranch because of the unique approach to treatment. In other words, they choose us because of pig shifts and doctoring animals, cattle drives, fixing fence etc. The pig shifts, as described by former residents and a complaint to the state, involved staying awake in the barn overnight monitoring mother pigs to ensure they didn't roll over on piglets. A 2014 Trinity Teen Solutions Facebook post showed girls carrying irrigation pipes at the ranch to tout the value of challenging labor. Faces have been obscured by NBC News. A 2014 Trinity Teen Solutions Facebook post showed girls carrying irrigation pipes at the ranch to tout the value of challenging labor. Faces have been obscured by NBC News. Trinity Teen Solutions via Facebook. In a court filing earlier this year, Trinity Teen Solutions said that chores and physical exercise were part of its program, and disclosed to parents before girls arrived. It disputed that girls performed labor for other ranches and properties, but confirmed that girls cleaned at church as part of its therapeutic program. The ranch also said in a court filing that it switched to an automatic irrigation system in 2019. 4 child welfare and farm safety experts said carrying out ranch work like that described by the former residents can be dangerous for children. You think about kids, their bodies are still developing, their brains are still developing, said Margaret Worth, who researches child labor for Human Rights Watch, a watchdog group. If they're doing these repetitive motions day in and day out, something like that can have lifelong repercussions and injuries. Gazan has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which causes her to easily bruise and dislocate her joints. Alsop said she told Woodward about her daughter's condition, noting that she could not put extra weight or stress on her ankles. Guzin said Trinity Teen Solutions staff members disregarded her mom's instructions and forced her to run and haul large pipes through the mud while wearing ill-fitting and worn boots. I was like, I'm in pain, I'm getting hurt, you guys know that I'm not supposed to do this, Guzin said. They said I was lying and manipulating them. Image, Anna Guzin after she flew home for surgery on her ankles in late June 2012. Guzin said she broke down and told her parents what was happening at the ranch. Will Crooks for NBC News. Guzin's parents didn't find out about the work she was doing until they visited her after nearly 5 months. By that point, she needed surgery on her ankles to address pain, instability and torn ligaments. After she flew home for the procedure in late June 2012, Guzin said she broke down and told her parents what was happening at the ranch. Alsop was livid. She decided not to send her daughter back. These people do not know what they're doing, she said. They may think that what they do is an okay thing, and that they turn out healthy, well-adjusted girls. But I'll tell you what, when Anna went, she was depressed and she had anxiety, and when she came home, she was terrified of everything. She didn't trust us. She had nightmares. She had full-blown PTSD. Many former residents said they wanted to tell their parents about the problems at Trinity Teen Solutions, but they were too scared to. Julia R. Helger, who was 15 when she was sent to the ranch from Colorado in 2016, said she feared losing all contact with her parents if she complained. Anytime we wrote in our letters to bring us home, or, told the truth, they would rip the letters up in front of us until we rewrote them, R. Helger said. We had to just say good things, like they would tell us to write that we were playing with horses and having a good time. And none of it was true. Image, girls at Trinity Teen Solutions had to carry hay bales. Faces have been obscured by NBC News. Girls at Trinity Teen Solutions had to carry hay bales. Faces have been obscured by NBC News courtesy Kelsey Van Meveren. Trinity Teen Solutions repeatedly suggests to parents in a handbook that their daughter will lie and manipulate them in an attempt to get pulled out of the program. The Holy Cowgirl Manual, the facility's children's handbook, which is currently available on Trinity Teen Solutions website in a version dated 2008, tells girls that complaining is prohibited and that they will be punished if they engage in manipulation. In addition to Guzin, 2 other women described injuries in the 2020 lawsuit that they say they sustained at the ranch, including a twisted ankle, capillary damage from frostbite and lacerations from irrigation pipes. Separately, R. Helger said that she repeatedly complained to staff about pain in her leg, which she had injured before arriving at Trinity Teen Solutions. She said a staff member told her she was spoiled and never heard the word no before, and staff continued to assign her to lift hay bales. Her mother, Rebecca, said that staff similarly told her in weekly updates that R. Helger was spoiled and lazy. All these things that I've never been told or had that opinion of my daughter. Roughly 5 months into R. Helger's stay, Rebecca said, staff informed her that they would no longer let her call or write to her daughter. Rebecca said she pulled her daughter out of the program early, and afterward, she learned that R. Helger's kneecap was broken and she needed surgery. Clarice Stegg, 27, who was at the ranch in 2012, said her finger was smashed while installing an irrigation pipe. She said she passed out repeatedly, and after about 2 hours the staff brought her to the emergency room to have her wound closed. She provided NBC News with a photo she said was taken shortly afterward at Trinity Teen Solutions, showing her with a metal finger splint on one hand. Image, Clarice Stegg said her finger was smashed while installing irrigation pipes at Trinity Teen Solutions. A photo of her during a backpacking trip shortly afterwards shows her finger in a metal splint, she said. Clarice Stegg said her finger was smashed while installing irrigation pipes at Trinity Teen Solutions. A photo of her during a backpacking trip shortly afterwards shows her finger in a metal splint, she said. Courtesy Clarice Stegg. Aubrey Back Jensen, 26, who was sent to Trinity Teen Solutions from California for 3 years in 2009, said she was injured at the ranch when a horse she was riding became frightened, took off running and threw her off. She said she landed on a barbed wire fence next to cacti and rocks, cutting her arm in several places, creating a large gash on her leg and filling her back with cactus needles. The staff took her to urgent care, she said. They had them clean my wounds, wrap me and brought me back to the ranch, and then put me right back to work. Back Jensen said,
Dottie,
and I
can
was
we
told
bring
I
up
was
some of
absolutely
the
not
actual
allowed to
evidence we
speak a word of what
pertaining to your case? Like, for example, the fraudulent TRO that we have the body cam footage for example, bring that up. I'm gonna share some of these videos that we got from the videos that we ripped from the Facebook account of the counselor.
You have the cop footage.
I do got it. Yeah, I'm gonna play some of that. Want to go ahead and stop sharing your screen? I'll bring those up real quick, and then we'll, because I want to point out some things that people may not be aware of if they're not watching all of our shows and paying attention to everything we're putting out. I mean, it's easy to pick and choose what you want to just to argue about, but you don't look at the whole context, you can't get a good picture. So this video right here is body cam footage that we just got from her, for her FOIA regarding her case. This is the footage from when they sent they had cops come to her house, try to pick up her, take her daughter unlawfully. There was no court order. This audio you're about to hear is of the cop saying that he got the order from the father via email. Okay, and it's fraudulent. And we have the documents to show. We can prove that the clerk that notarized the order is not even a legit filing clerk at that time, therefore proving that the thing was fraudulent. So we have that as well, in addition to this and much other stuff.
Also, the lieutenant was on the site, which is the woman right there. And she thought the paperwork came from another officer. She didn't know it was directly emailed from the father to the cop that was at my door.
Hold on, Daddy. I want to put this. Let me play this. I got it on loop. I want to play it enough times to where people can see it in the subtitles for themselves. Okay, so that first guy right here says we received this from court, and then the other cop corrects him and says, "Oh no, I received this from the dad via email. He sent it to me via email."
Can you turn it up?
No. This was sent directly to me.
I'm sorry, folks. I wasn't even sharing my audio. I apologize. I didn't even realize that. All right, let's play again.
We received this from court. No. This was sent directly to me. I had the dad email to me. We received this from court. No. This was sent directly to me. I had the dad email to me. We received this from court. No. This was sent directly to me. I had the dad email to me. We received this from court. No. This was sent directly to me. I had the dad email to me. We received this from court. No. This was sent directly to me. I had the dad email to me. We received this from court. No.
I think that's pretty clear.
Pretty clear, yeah. And then shall we bring up the definition of trafficking again? Because I don't think some people are paying attention that are watching, because they keep making they keep wanting to troll for some reason. I'm sorry, but there's plenty of stuff. Okay, so forced labor is, let me just bring this up again so we can show.
Trolls?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say any names, but I want to put this to bed. Forced labor is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provisioning, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, coercion, for the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, or slavery. Okay? Now, Trinity Teen Solutions was shut down recently for child labor and many other trafficking allegations, folks. Okay? Now, keep that in mind. That's the article Dottie just read. Now, let us play the video of that we got from, who was this, a counselor that worked at that place, Dottie?
That worked at both ranches. He would
Okay.
Some of his videos were on the girls' ranch, and some of the videos were from the boys' ranch. The video,
Okay.
particular one you're getting ready to play, was from the boys' ranch.
Okay. All right. So this is from the boys' ranch. What do they call it again? Dottie?
Triangle
What-
Cross Ranch, I believe is
Okay. Okay. And then Trinity Teen Solutions is the girl side, but it's the same organization, isn't it?
same family.
Okay. So same organization. It's run by a husband and wife couple, folks, for
Well,
context.
the boys ranch is run by the dad, the grandfather, I guess you would say, like Angie.
But it's all
Woodward,
part of the same property, right? That's the point I'm trying to make.
the whole family. It's a family business.
But no, it's part of the property. It's both camps are part of the same property, correct? The same
They're
company.
separate. They're separate properties, but owned by the same family.
So they're owned by the same family, but they're separate locations. Okay, gotcha. Separate
Right.
properties. Gotcha. All right. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. All right, let's play these folks.
This is the tent camp. This is the tent camp. Dog. It's a scout. Buddy. How are you? How are you, buddy? A little wet. Okay. That one way over there half open was mine last night. Don't have a clue where I'm at. We'll walk. Good thing is I'm dry. Nothing on me's wet. So apparently today's a rest day, so they will not blue camp. Picture of Scout. He's a 1-year-old. What was that about? All right, I'm gonna get doing some stuff.
All right, so let me get the other one up. I lost my freaking space. Hold on one second, folks. Let me bring it up. Why don't you go ahead and share? Give me 1 second. Will you go ahead and share your
I
screen?
just sent you another video in the chat.
I know. I gotta bring up the other videos first because I want to get all this out there because this is ridiculous. You know, you got so much evidence, but you got people that want to freaking I'll do it this way. I would do it this way. You know, I present it this way because I'm smart. I make myself look smart. You know what, dude? Not everybody is you. Okay, 1, 2, these young women are very extremely traumatized. You don't even take that into consideration, my friend. So slow your roll, please. We don't need people constantly trying to divide us. We need unity right now, not division, folks. We know this shit's going on. We know there's a lot of corruption. Okay. Let's unify and get it resolved ASAP. Instead of feeding into our freaking egos, for fuck's sake. God, this ain't about us. This is about the kids. God damn it. Sorry, I'm just a little frustrated right now. Because some people just don't.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right in everything you just said.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring this other content up. Because I want to put this to bed once and for all. I don't want there to be any doubt at all what's going on here. Here we go.
She'll love it. All right, Olivia, this.
Dottie, you want to explain what the significance of that bucket out by the tents was in that last video?
Oh, because they wouldn't allow them to use the restroom. I mean, they did really inhumane things, like these girls and boys couldn't, ever have restroom breaks or have facilities. And if you were at a certain level, you didn't have they didn't have the respect to let you even shut the door while you went to the bathroom, like from level 1, from what I understand. But they would make them carry these buckets around, and they would make them use the restroom in these buckets.
That's inhumane. Isn't that a violation of human rights?
I think it's sick.
It is sick.
And some of these girls,
to force kids to do that
some of these girls
under the guise of teaching them discipline. No, that's wrong. You don't ever do that to a human being.
With sexual abuse, and why would you make them use the restroom on a bucket in front of people when they've already have been traumatized sexually? Like, it doesn't make sense at all. There's no reason to have them go to the bathroom in a bucket and make them carry the bucket around with them.
Absolutely. Absolutely makes no sense. Why would you? There is no justification for doing that to kids in a program that's telling parents that they're teaching them discipline and they're going to be better, healthier people when they get out. Clearly, that was abuse.
And they
clearly the article was very clear on that.
I got
very clear.
Been in the foster system right now beside me that's been in the foster system and been abused from the foster parents, from the foster homes.
I want to say something real quick. The only people who aren't seeing the evidence are those who aren't willing to look. Period.
They just want to say that because it hasn't happened to them yet. But when it happens to them or their kid, then they're going to come crying to us, and they're going to see. And they're, when you haven't seen it for yourself, it's hard to believe. I wouldn't have believed in a million years the fuckers that are involved in all this shit are actually involved in it.
How about this? I'm in a class action lawsuit because of a fucking.
Can you get that TRO queued up for us, Dottie, for after these videos?
Am I queuing up?
No, I mean the TRO
What
that
do
you
you
had
want
in
me
your
to have
phone.
ready? What do you ask?
I wanted to. Yes, correct.
My TRO.
I want to show what you showed me about the clerk or the notary who wasn't actually registered.
Okay.
That, and then the TRO itself. I want to show the viewers the TRO that the body cam footage is referring to, so they can see that this was completely unlawful, was completely fraudulent, 100%, and explain the context behind it.
Yeah, where'd the Boy Scout claim come from?
All right, I'm going to play these other 3 videos from this counselor, and then I'm going to play one more that I think is from your case, correct, Dottie?
The ones I just sent you are all from my case. The one is the hospital calling me the day they trafficked my daughter from St. Louis to Arizona. So there's the children's hospital one, and then there's the one where the lawyer and the judge are talking right in front of me during a hearing, and they are actually case fixing and setting it up to no matter what I do, they're going to traffic my daughter. It didn't matter which way I went. They had it all planned out, and they were doing this right in front of me as if that they can just do this, or that I'm too ignorant to know what they're doing in front of me, or they just have no fear because
this audio, these 2 clips, they will explain that or put that into context for our viewers, correct?
They should. I mean, unless you're
not paying attention. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
I
do know.
And then there's the video I was getting ready to drop in from my last hearing, where he admits that he put her in a place that he knew was being sued for child trafficking, and it fit his needs perfectly for what he was doing. Like, completely, almost, it's like he admits that he trafficked my daughter. And I have that. I was getting ready to drop that into the chat. I'm speaking of her father.
Okay.
Because he's ultimately the one that had to have the final say, because he was the one that had, in this fake emergency TRO, all the control.
Gotcha. Okay. And it was never gone through the court system to begin with, had it?
It was never lawful. It was never legal. They could never verify it. It was actually, and then on top of that, it was never properly served on me. So service was never done properly because the cop showed up at my door. He presented papers to me, but he also took those papers with him. He never left those papers. He never left a copy with me. So I wasn't even properly served because my documents that I was supposed to be served with never were left with me. He took them because they couldn't verify them. They showed up with CPS nowhere to be found. They couldn't even they couldn't even locate a CPS worker. Cops do not show up at your door to take kids.
No,
Cops
not
don't
not
do that.
alone, not alone.
Not on a TRO. His job was there to serve me. I was a process server for 20 years. I've served hundreds of TROs on people. You're not there to do anything other than serve the document. It's a civil matter. He had no reason to stay there and insist that they were taking my daughter that night. That's when CPS should have been involved. They should have called the police. The CPS and the police should have showed up at my door if they really wanted her out of my home.
I think the cop was a pedophile because he was wanting to take her only with an email. He even whispered to the other cop.
I think he was colluding with the dad for sure. We can definitely.
I think he was wanting to take her while the dad was out of town, and only with a fucking email. I think he was a pedophile.
And in the police report, they state James had no plan on coming to town to get her anytime soon. Like he didn't have any plans to coming and getting her.
Okay, and that was on.
And that's in the written report.
In the written report, can we get that queued up too?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, I'm still waiting for one of the videos to finish, but I'm just going to play these other three. So these next three are from Trinity Teen Solution, and then there's a couple after that are related to Angie's case and the audio, that evidence that she has. Just for context, the reason I'm airing these videos from this Trinity Teen Solution place is because her daughter was sent there about a year, give or take, ago, and the hospital, system that that the court sent her to was the one that referred her to this place. Okay, and now this place has been shut down, and it has an active lawsuit that they're pushing forward in federal court because of child labor and trafficking. Okay. Now, that being said, that's the context.
Is there audio, Stephen?
Am I not sharing my audio again? Oh, geez. I wish what they would just have it to where that setting would stick for throughout the remainder of the session. That would be nice. Just a thought for you Zoom developers out there. All right, let's try this again.
I thought I would do a live this morning from the ranch. No girls around, so no HIPAA violation. It's about 14 degrees in Clark, Wyoming. Gosh, it's pretty out. Had snow the last couple of days. But you just can't hardly get much prettier than that. Look at the moon. We are right up against what's called the Absaroka Mountains, part of the Rocky Mountains. This area is called Clark. And it gets its name, honestly, Lewis and Clark went probably right through that cut right there. It's possible. Don't know for sure. The river on the other side of these little foothills here is called the Clark's Fork. So hard to say. This area is called Clark. That looks like smoke. See that? That's not a cloud, that's smoke. Looks like more of it. Interesting. Usually there's a ton of mule deer out. Not today. Not sure if that's a cloud or smoke. Anyway, this is our facility. There's my Yukon. I got to put a fuel pump in it. Temporary buildings. Apparently there's a plan afoot to put a whole new set of buildings down that way. Real pretty out. Well, I am going to go back in and get a cup of coffee. Bye. Okay. Family and friends, this is a big event in Cody. Kanye West is doing church across the street from the high school, property of the Center of the West. Look at this line of people. I gotta find my wife in here somewhere. You guys ready to see Kanye?
Sunday service.
This is cool.
It's my car too.
Walk over on this side. I got a wife in here somewhere. Anybody see my wife? What are you guys doing? This is going to be a blast. They're getting all set up. Yesterday, this is where the art show was. And today, we're doing church.
Jackson.
Uh-oh. I got a feeling we're way down around the corner.
I'm not going to play too much of this video unless you think it's necessary, Angie. Just I wanted to point out, why is Kanye West there? Interesting. I thought it was interesting. Anyways, but the next one.
But she'll love it.
What's the context of this goat?
I don't know. I guess it's like a healing animal or whatever. But this was my daughter's counselor, whoever, that she helped write her letter to me.
Okay, so in the article, when they talked about censoring kids' letters, what they write and stuff, I've seen the letter that you got from your daughter last year, and it looks totally like
it's nothing like she would have wrote.
It's not her writing style at all compared to what you've shown me before.
I read you a letter that I found last night that I stumbled upon. That was, that don't take 2 days with a counselor to write.
I just put that in the chat, Heaven.
Oh, you found it? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is apparently that counselor. Apparently, what their allegation is that they're censoring what the kids, they're abusing the kids and then making them. Dude, this is I don't care what what the excuse is. This is still child labor. It's still freaking against freaking the Geneva Convention, I'm pretty sure, and human trafficking laws, folks, from the from the FBI's own freaking DOJ's own website. We just read a little bit ago. So take that into context. And then the next videos are Dottie's audio, which are especially relevant. So pay especially close attention to those folks.
All right, Olivia, this is what happens at the ranch. This is my brain, Melissa, and this is apparently the therapy goat. I did not know we had therapy goats. And then I'm borrowing one of Zach's stuffed animals, so look at the resemblance. Okay, this one moves more, but the coloring is quite similar. Maybe we can take the goat into the interview today. All right, go get your stuff, lady.
I'll be right back. No, now you're following me?
Uh-oh. Hurry, Mommy, hurry. Meh. Hey, little goat. Psst. Hey, little guy. Hey, little guy.
Just wondering, Judge,
So we have a timeline here. What's the date on this audio, Angie? When was this recorded? You're muted, Dottie.
This recording is the 29th hearing that the cop keeps talking about in my video, that you'll get to have this hearing on the 29th. This order is only temporary. Because remember, I first say to him, I'm like, you don't have a court date.
What's the day, day, month, and year?
Hearing. This is part of that hearing, the 29th
what's the date?
January 2021.
January of 2021, right?
29th, yeah, January 29th, 2021.
Okay, got it.
just wondering, Judge, doing a little potential problem analysis here. Should we set the TRO for Wednesday next? So that if there's a no-show, we have something to proceed upon? Yeah.
Okay, and what explain what she said for our viewers?
She said, should we set the TRO for the following Wednesday, because at this hearing they tricked me into contracting with them and saying that I would with agreement bring my daughter into court on the 3rd of February. Okay. So that was what we were doing. We were setting up a deal that I will bring her in on the 3rd. So she's asking the judge, because the TRO was supposed to be done that on the 29th. It was only set, that TRO was only supposed to be good until the 29th. So she's saying, should we set it for the Wednesday next in case there's a no-show? We have something to proceed upon. So anyway.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So
no matter what I do, they're going to traffic my kid.
Okay, so whatever
I do.
Let me clarify. I just want to ask a question real quick because I think it's important. So you're saying that they were on this audio. She's talking about
with the judge
following Wednesday, which would have been past the date that the TRO would have been valid, right?
The TRO was only valid to this court hearing that we were sitting in.
And then what day was this of the week? Do you recall?
I don't recall. January 29th.
It was January 29th. Okay, and she's talking about the following Wednesday, so after the 29th then, correct?
Right.
Would that not be unlawful according to the TRO?
The TRO was only set for until January 29th. So she's asking, should
Okay,
we
but yes or no? Is that unlawful? Isn't that unlawful?
what?
The fact that she's trying to push it past the date that the TRO should be even valid.
Well, they're case fixing now.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to point out. That's what I'm trying to point out. Because yeah, they're case
Now they're
fixing.
taking the
Exactly.
TRO that was never properly served or properly filed or even legit. Now they're extending it until the next week in case I don't show up. Either way, they can come after me and my kid.
Yes, they are case fixing, folks. Okay, so
with the judge.
Yeah. Yes.
Because
Exactly.
this TRO should have been done with. It was only good till that 29th.
Yep. All right. Let's listen to this again so we can get context. But I want and thank you for sharing that because I think it's important people understand that.
I was wondering, Judge, doing a little potential problem analysis here. Should we set the TRO for Wednesday next? So that if there's a no-show, we have something to proceed upon? Yeah.
She didn't know she was recorded.
I am going to. Yeah, no, of course not. You record. You got all the evidence, Dottie. I know you do.
Right. She didn't know, but so she thought she could just sneak that in. So we have something to proceed upon. So we have something we can do because when I get in court, they won't let me file anything.
Okay. So January 29th of 2021 was a Friday.
Okay.
Now that TRO expired the 29th. They're talking about setting the court date for the following Wednesday, the 3rd of February, 2021, folks. Okay.
Right. Because that's when I was supposed to bring her into court. They asked me to bring her in.
Okay. That being said, there's your case fixing right there, folks.
So it'd be either if I didn't
where's this
show up
audio
that day,
from?
they still had that TRO to come after me on.
Yeah, it was. That's totally. I mean, now the fact that it's meaning it expires. Yeah, no, it's totally unlawful, and we're going to show you that actual evidence.
Play the clip where her daughter's begging not to go back live with a child molester.
We've done that a few times too. We're going to play that again probably, but I want to show the actual documents because we can prove this. And
people can't deny that.
No, they can't. But people only hear what they want to hear too. So you can only please so many. You can't wake up somebody who don't want to be woke up. But let's play this audio, and then can we bring up that the TRO evidence that I talked about?
Sure.
And then let's do that, and then we'll play the other audio, the one that Jessica was talking about, because that's important too.
I wanted to give you some updates. We're actually kind of moving to discharge today with Delilah. Okay. She's going to be going home with her uncle, David, back to Phoenix, where she's going to wait there until she gets.
Now, her uncle David in Phoenix, who is this person, and what level of what is he?
No, that's the dad. This is James's brother. But he does.
No. I mean the uncle. Yeah, he said in the audio they're going to send her to Arizona with the uncle.
James's brother.
Yeah, that's what. That's what I'm saying. That's her Delilah's uncle.
Right.
Oh, okay, got you. The dad though. But now, where's the dad in the same house?
No.
Okay.
The brother lives in Arizona. He lives in Montana. You're speaking about the grandfather. That's a level.
Okay, got you. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't know.
He lives in Arkansas.
Okay, got you.
Now, yeah, he lives in Arkansas.
But at the time,
he lived in Arkansas. But the thing that was such a deal about this was James was taking her down to his dad's a couple of different times. He come and got her. The GAL told him not to stay there with Delilah, and he did anyway.
Okay, thank you. That's what we need to point out, folks.
Wow.
An opening in a residential program for substance abuse, likely the one in Wyoming. Okay. And that's going to be the plan. Uncle was able to fly out and needs to head back pretty soon, so we're going to be moving pretty quickly with the discharge. I'm going to let Marilla know she can reach you once she's kind of on her way. Is that why she hasn't called me yet this morning? She doesn't know she's leaving just yet. She knows that Uncle's coming to pick her up, she just didn't know when. Okay. I tried calling her. They said she was going to call me back. Okay. No, so there was no specific instruction there. She has been working with a lot of the other kids up here on the unit, connecting with them, but we're going to be moving a little quickly to help get her out of here. just wanted to confirm that she also talked to you about it. Yeah, it made you aware. Yeah, she made me aware. Okay. And then you also felt similar to her that she is more comfortable going on with David. We're going to make the GAL aware as well. Okay. I understand that the judge recused herself from the case, but it's my understanding the GAL is still the GAL until it's a new judge who can allow the GAL to change herself as well. Okay. So I think Ms. Jackson is still the current GAL. Okay. And that's going to be the plan. All right. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware as well, okay? Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, Angela.
And so, for context, did they take your daughter against her will, Dottie? That's one. That's the one requirement.
Yes, she didn't want to leave St. Louis.
Okay.
They tricked her into going to Arizona because she loves it out there. And they, after a month of drugging her and convincing her to go with the uncle, because where else?
Where did they send her when she refused to go with her dad in the court?
The mental ward.
Okay. And what do they do?
They tried to send her to juvenile, but she didn't.
No, but what did they do? What did they put her on?
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
And so they didn't take her to juvenile because she hadn't done anything wrong. So the best thing they could do was put her into the mental ward. And as soon as they put her in the mental ward, they started putting her on all these drugs.
Okay.
Clotidine or something. I don't know.
There's your medical experimentation and your coercion and your racketeering.
When this child didn't need medicine.
And then trying to present it like, oh, well, this person has mental health issues and they're drug abuse. No, you know what though? They are picking and choosing evidence. They're not looking at everything that's been filed. People.
Well, if you give a child,
it's so frustrating to be talking to people that don't seem to get it, especially people in your, that you work with on a weekly basis, like freaking, oh my God. Anyways, I'll get into that.
If you give a child an antipsychotic or an what is it called? The autism medicine, and they don't have it, then it will give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
This child didn't have anything
They
wrong.
just give our kids this shit so that they can keep them on assistance and get more money for
they
them.
fraudulently put her on these medications and drugs and put her in the psych ward because she refused to go back with her father because she didn't want to go back with a pedophile who was touching her. And we got that as well.
They're harming her.
Yes, my child didn't need to be on all these meds. And if there was issues with like ADHD or whatever they're trying to claim, we would have took a more holistic path.
Where is that? Is that audio in this the View Easter egg video?
That's a video
of Judge Zellweger telling her that if you don't go with your dad, I'm going to put your mom in jail.
In there, but it's also in that video that with Jonathan. It's a better.
I just want to get right to it. Where is it in that one?
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
I would do the one with Jonathan. It's this one. Play that. That's good.
But where is it at? It's like an hour.
Right there in the beginning.
It is in the beginning? Okay.
Yep, that's why I said go ahead and play that one.
That's why it's part of that. Easy way, we can do the hard way. There's no evidence for anything. There's no evidence for anything. This is what I'm telling you. Nobody knows my emotions more than I do. And nobody can say my experiences about Melly because I was the person that experienced it. I don't understand. No, you don't understand. If you understood, you would have learned to go to the child molester.
No, Delilah. I'm going to stop you right there.
Hold on.
Who do you want to go, the police are going to go get your child and take her to whoever's going to hold her till she transfers custody.
She's not going with him.
Yeah, she is.
What about the audio where Judge Zellweger says, where she's in the courtroom, is that at the beginning too?
Well, you just heard her. She just told her
that was Zellweger then.
That was Zellweger and Delilah in the courtroom.
Okay, don't we have some better audio? I know we had some other audio that was
I had
sounding
some
like-
that was fixed a little bit. I do. Yeah.
Can we
I'd
bring
have
that
to
up?
find it. I mean, I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't
Oh
know.
no,
it was
you're
all
fine.
this.
No, nor was I. If we can find it, great. If not,
I
it's
just have
fine.
so many files and shit.
Do we have the other stuff queued up? I'd love to show that.
Go ahead and play those one with Jonathan. Those other two. Those are good ones. They show a lot.
Well, which ones? All right, but I want to definitely get that evidence. if we
I'm
can
looking
show
for it now.
Alrighty. It should be in your simple book, this isn't it?
I'm looking for it right now.
You could
Okay,
hear her begging not to go with a child molester, though. I mean, you can't get any more clear than that.
I know, and it's funny because like some people they don't, they want to bitch and complain about, oh, you're not presenting it this way or that way or the way they do it. Well, you know what? We're not you. And these women have been traumatized, and you got to keep that in mind. You're not even taking that into consideration. Those trolls out there. Anyways, just to the trolls, shut the fuck up.
They're
and listen.
just naive. They're
But
so
when
naive.
you hear what the
because
doctor
wanna
said,
believe that
like,
it will never
just the
happen.
doc-
Not really.
Just the doctor alone, that conversation with the doctor, you hear what he says to me. He says, we have to move quickly. She doesn't know she's leaving. Calling you was not any part of the instructions. She will call you when she's on her way. You know what I mean? Like, there's no talking to my daughter. There's no seeing my daughter before she goes. That he kept trying to get me to say that I felt more comfortable with her going with the uncle, which he did not get me to say, because that's why he was asking a question, but not asking the question, because he just wanted me to naturally respond. And I didn't respond. That's why there's that long pause, because I wasn't saying what he wanted me to say, because it wasn't okay with me.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. And that was from that medical audio.
That was that was her doctor when she was at Children's Hospital. That was the call. The doctor called me to tell me that they were moving my daughter out of the state of Missouri that day.
Now, the Children's Hospital was the hospital that put her in the psych ward, correct?
That's where she went. That's where they took her. Her
Okay.
dad had her escorted there by 2 police, which I was told he wanted her handcuffed and taken out of the courtroom, and they wouldn't handcuff her.
What?
Yeah, I was
Where'd
told
you? By who?
I have to tell you, Kyle. Who told us that James wanted to cuff Delilah? Who was that?
Blake?
Blake? No. Give me a second. I'll let you know.
All right. I'm gonna play the video so we can hear show our viewers.
No, I don't think it was Blake. Okay. Maybe it could have been.
When is this audio right here from? Give us a date so we have a timeline for.
That was this year after my last trial.
So in November of 2021, then correct?
No, this is 2022. I didn't get to get in courtroom for a year.
Oh, this is from the family court trial.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
So, just to get into children and their future, let me introduce you to Angela Freiner.
Did you know that Trinity Teen Solution had a class action lawsuit for child laboring and trafficking?
There's been a lot of bad things said about that place, but I thought it was a great experience from what I felt, so I like to base my own experiences from my own opinion.
Were you aware that they had a class action lawsuit for child laboring and child trafficking?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Relevant.
It's not hearsay.
I mean, you already asked him the question and he told you about it. So go ahead, get something else. You're done. This is fine. If you have any more questions.
I just want to know if he was aware of it before he placed Delilah.
So,
Before placing her there? I don't know if he answered that.
alright, so were you aware about this class action before you placed her there?
I read a lot of things, like I said, and it suited what I was trying to do with Delilah, and I thought it was a good place for her to be. So I ignored it.
So you were aware that it was happening?
Yeah, I didn't believe it.
Okay. Do you feel that that's okay to put your child in a place like that?
Like I said, I felt that was the best solution for Delilah at that time.
Yep. You heard it correctly. In an open court of law, supposedly, for all of you people who believe that the state can create law for you, In an open court of the kangaroo state law, this dad, this father, openly admits to sending his daughter to a child trafficking center, allegedly, a place that is getting sued in federal court for child trafficking. And he testified it was okay.
There's your evidence,
because it
folks.
worked out really, really well for him.
A federal lawsuit that is being sued for child labor and trafficking, okay, that recently got shut down. They're no longer open because of that lawsuit, folks. Okay, keep that in mind. That's not just one article. That's this guy. And we're going to show you the actual court document too with the case number so you can see for yourself. Hard evidence.
And I'm so glad it worked out really, really well for him. I'm even more ecstatic that nobody in society really cares that much to make it right. Because even after that testimony, the court would not order D-Love back to Miss Friner, to our angel. Is absolutely insane. So, for all of you people in North Carolina, and I really, really hope you are following and watching what's going on with Alan's case. I really do. Because I'm going to show you a little bit of insight of where it's going, because we've already been down this road before. I'm going to play you something I made a year ago, April 4th of last year. This is for Easter, last year, 2021. This was about the last time our little angel, Angela, ever saw her daughter. Ever saw her daughter over a year ago. Let's watch.
So we can make this easy and do this easy so we can do the hard way. That's why it's in part of that. Easy way, we can do the hard way. There's no evidence for anything. There's no evidence for anything. This is what I'm telling you. Nobody knows my emotions more than I do. They don't even say my experiences about relatives. I was the person who experienced it. Understand? So I don't understand. No, you don't understand. You understood you had a person to go to the child molester.
No, Delilah. I'm going to stop you right there.
Hold on.
No, little Miss Thang, judicial officer, you don't understand. If you understood that he is molesting me, and you're a judicial officer who's supposed to uphold the law, you is okay. It's not okay. So, maybe at this moment in time, people are wondering, well, JC, how did you meet Miss Friner? How did you meet this little angel that went through this horrific experience? And before I get into that, sorry, my mind's kind of tired. Before I get into that, I just wish for everybody to know, understand, and accept the gravity of the situation. Angela, for 6 months of this past year, could not even get the court to give her proof of life that her daughter was alive. And then when she finds out where her daughter is, it's a place that traffics children, allegedly, with a whole lot of evidence to back it up. And they've been sued for it before. Even kidnappers give you the dignity to give you proof of life. So here's how I met our little angel. Somebody sent me a news article link that had a YouTube link that had Angela's case in it. let's hear some of this. Let's see what's going on here.
Everybody in the system appears to be in on it. When 31 judges recuse themselves from a case, you have a serious, serious problem.
And other than that, we're going to, the meeting is this afternoon that Judge Britton is calling. And I think now that more judges are being called out and named, I'm sure it has gotten their attention, but this threatens to take down the entire system. The judges are in on it.
They were caught on video after this lawsuit was filed. So there was a lawsuit filed alleging that this cabal of guardians was colluding with judges and with therapists, psychologists to diagnose one parent with false psychological disorders, charge them huge amounts of money, and take their children from them, hide child abuse allegations, and give the child to the wealthier parent, who is also happens to be the parent that the child is accusing of molestation. In the cases I've revealed, Nick, these same guardians, Elaine Pudlowski, with her psychotherapist friend James Reed, who is also married to a former judge, they are working together. And every one of these parents I've spoken to who have had experience with these two and others in the system are reporting that they did the same thing, worked with a doctor to have one parent declared unfit and hid child abuse allegations in order to give the child back to the other parent. Let me tell you the story that first got my attention, and it was a story surrounding audio that got leaked of I believe it was a 14-year-old girl, and the judge was, I wanted to say sentencing her, but telling her, no, you have to go live with your father, and she's pleading. Somebody leaked audio of this, pleading with the judge, saying, he molests me. He is my molester. Do not do this. And the judge threatened to send her mom to jail if she did not. She didn't just threaten. She did. She didn't just threaten. She sent her mom to jail.
Elaine to task, though, in this Cash for Kids scheme that I was originally named in. I haven't received a penny. I don't know where that money is. It's COVID.
On top of that, you're running a Ponzi scheme, Elaine. How dare you?
We should all be really wealthy by now.
I mean, when you're selling kids,
right,
there's got to be some money attached to that.
Yep.
That's an idea. We could adopt the identity. We could call ourselves Cash for Kids.
Oh, yeah, LLC. Financials. It is growing.
Yeah, you didn't hear a mistake. No question of error. They are literally sitting there laughing about selling kids for cash. You have to understand that in this, and what's going on, there's no hiding it. The judicial officer got caught sending an email telling the attorneys everything was going to be fine.
There you have it, folks. There's your audio, your actual recorded audio from the actual court date. It's funny. I've seen mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence from your case, Dottie. I've seen so much that there should be enough to literally, like they said in that leaked Zoom call, which just so happened to be leaked the same day that you were in that lockup that Megan Fox was reporting on.
Right, they released that audio
Megan
the same
Fox
day they
from
took my
Fox News.
daughter.
That Megan Fox, yes, that Megan Fox, folks. Okay, this is a whole high-profile case for those who don't realize it. So I've seen mountains of evidence. It amazes me how sometimes all people want to do is bitch and moan about what you're doing wrong, but they don't want to look at any of the previous content you put out and previous evidence that's out there. There's plenty of it. This has been covered for at least a year and a half.
This has been covered by three journalists, at least three journalists, three known journalists: Megan Fox, Mike Velope, and Juliet Fairley from the St. Louis Record.
There you go. Those shouldn't be too hard to find with a simple Google search. So, but my point is,
Don't worry
it's
about those
frustrating
people.
because
And
you got people that would
Jonathan.
just want to keep, and it's like they don't want to freaking contribute anything, positive. They want to like, no, dude, we're not doing that. We're not tearing each other down. We're here to back each other up.
And
Period.
Jonathan from Just
Exactly.
Conspiracy
They have
made
no brain.
multiple videos on this case, multiple videos that shows everything where you can't deny
Yes.
it.
And we've got plenty of hard documented evidence of fraudulent court documents, fraudulent TRO, fraudulent this, fraudulent that. There's so much of it. It's insane the level it is at, but it's there, and I've
They'll see
seen
you
it.
next year.
Sorry, I'm just went off on a little rant. I'm just a little frustrated because it's just like you've been, putting out. How long have we been doing this now, Dottie? What, since January 1st of this year, right? So almost a year.
I've been doing this for almost 2 years now.
Yeah, you've been doing it for 2, but like you and me, since I've been
For a
putting
year
this,
solid, we've
since
been
I did
steadily going at it.
about almost a year. It's
Yeah.
very frustrating when you've been doing it this long,
Yeah.
putting so much information out, and you still have people that want to do nothing. But I mean, it's like, come on.
627 days of fighting.
Back before it actually happened to us, you know what I mean? Like it would have been really hard to believe that this shit could
Right,
be real.
but no, this is not like just your random person. This is somebody
Somebody was being a
that you've
douchebag.
told
Yeah.
multiple times to look at the information.
Yeah, somebody just being a douchebag. They
Mhm.
just weren't raised right, you know?
This is my 2021 Cabal book that has like all the, everything in it, all the evidence and stuff that's on the screen
Nice.
here. And the
Yeah,
first thing we come to is the temporary restraining order. Oh, yeah, respondent's motion for temporary restraining order filed on January 11th. I can make it bigger.
There was a
There you go. You got it.
protection order of protection against my sister's husband, again, from my daughter before she died. Right before she died, she put it out on him to where he couldn't come around her anymore. And now that she's gone, they're gonna have a funeral for her, and they'd rather have him there than me. I was like, he's got an order of protection out. He shouldn't be at her funeral. Whatever. They're gonna disrespect her in death.
That ain't right. That's not right,
and
Jessica.
treating him down as her parent.
That's not right. That's not right at all.
So this is when I'm speaking to the cop in the body cam footage. This is the email that was emailed to me of the TRO that, I'm telling him I've already read it. He's like, no, they just filed this. I'm like, no, but it was sent to me earlier this week. I just didn't have the actual order with the judge's signature on it.
Okay.
This was their motion.
Do we have that? Didn't you show me the copy? Didn't you ever get a copy of the one like where the date or whatever was off on it? It didn't add up to what was being claimed on by her signature. It looked like where you were in the jail at that time, weren't you?
No, I was out. I got out. I was only in jail for 48 hours. They put me in jail long enough to take my kid, put her in mental ward, and keep us.
But do we have a
apart.
copy of the TRO sign?
Yeah, I have all that.
Okay, but didn't you point out to me not too long ago?
On the 11th of January, this is an order. On the 11th of January, he filed for a motion to have a TRO put in place on January 11th. And then he also filed another motion to modify at the same time, basically. And then
Okay.
his financial statements, all that good stuff that goes with it. So basically, I had just filed a notice to retry because I didn't feel that I got a fair trial. The judge denied my retrial, but granted his motion to modify within a couple weeks from each other.
Wow. And that's the same judge that we heard
It
the
was
audio
the same
of.
judge. So basically,
Okay.
we're asking the same thing. Him and I were both asking the same thing, just in different ways. His was a motion to modify. Mine was a motion for a retrial. And
Right.
mine was denied. His motion was granted.
I wonder why. Look at them financials.
Here's the temporary restraining order that was they say filed on January 15th. 2021.
Now, wasn't this the one that you showed me that you pointed out the notary clerk was not active on the record, that
So
her license was
This
not.
document has a file number with an 02 on the end. The cop was saying the whole time when he was at my door, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't even find the 02 case number at all. They couldn't find it at all. I was never able to find an 02 case number until after the final trial with the final judgment. Then I could find the 02 number. But not until, I mean, that's a whole year without being able to find this case number.
Okay, so she's not been able to find this case number for a whole year.
For a whole year, I couldn't find it.
In CaseNet. Okay. And in the body cam footage, they even show that on the phone when he's looking for it. There's no result.
There was
you
no
can see
02
it.
number. And so this was supposedly the actual order, but it's not verified. They couldn't verify it. So I mean, it wasn't verified. It wasn't, there's steps they have to take to, for these order protections, and they didn't take the proper steps.
Now, what was the date that body cam footage was from? The 11th?
The 16th.
Or the
of
16th?
January 2021.
Okay.
And
The
they said
16th.
this was filed
Okay.
on January 15th, 2021.
Okay, so
2:45 p.m., which is really odd because this is the only document that has a time on it.
okay.
There's no other document that's been signed by this judge with the time on it at
Show
all.
our viewers another signature of hers without the time on it, so we can for
We'll get
comparison.
there.
That's what we want to see, because
We'll
then
get
we can establish a pattern.
So that
Show
was
us a few of
January-
them actually, if you can.
So the first footage here, this first thing is my footage when I was recording. And then the second page here, the next page is the body cam footage that we were watching.
Can we see a signature real quick before we go
Yeah,
into
let me
anything?
get there.
Yeah, I want to see signatures without the timestamp.
This is the cops paperwork. This is the paperwork I got with the body cam footage. This is the police report. Lots of stuff to make you confused, not knowing what's going on, slam you with a bunch of paper wads. This is what they were doing. And this is these paper wads right here from my own attorney. I demanded a jury trial, which I did not get. There's messages between me, the judge, and her clerk about my TRO that disappeared during this time. There's the judge's signature. It's a stamped one or a photocopy,
No time.
but it's got the date, no time.
Okay.
And this is from the January 29th hearing that
wow.
TRO was for.
Okay.
Right. So this is, that hearing.
Can we show me that that clerk, the notary clerk that has the that wasn't on the active register at the time? Was that related to the TRO? Or was that related to another document?
So the lady that notarized the TRO document was a notary here in St. Louis out of Kathleen Shaw's office. She was not registered to do electronic notary. James does not live in Missouri. So it had to be signed electronically, but he couldn't verify his signature in court on the stand at our last trial. He couldn't verify that he signed the document when asked to verify it, because I handed him the document and asked him to verify his signature, and he could not do it.
Okay.
Let me get back to the TRO.
Do you remember what the website was for the notary, the
It was
official
on the
notary?
Secretary of State's website.
Okay, I'm gonna look for it and bring it up.
You
so we can
pulled,
show
if
that
you
too.
go back into that trial folder that you shared with me on our drive, it's got all that in there from that trial that didn't happen.
Okay, I gotcha. Cool.
Like February, January or something.
All right, cool. I'm gonna grab it then. Thank you for reminding me where I put it.
Yeah, it's in that trial
I got so
folder.
we got so much stuff. Like I have to create like a new Gmail like every couple of months just to have no more drive space, folks. So okay,
Yeah,
if that should
where
tell you
I'm at.
anything, that's how much freaking evidence we've got stored. That's just not even the tip of the iceberg. That's just a minuscule fraction of it actually, but that tells you a lot.
So here's the stuff for this restraining order, the TRO and the modification. So all this was signed when he wasn't in town, and it was notarized by this Lindsay Blase or whoever. But notice the highlight up here. It's State of Montana, County of Gatlin. That shouldn't even say that with this notary. This should say Missouri, St. Louis County. So they had all these pre-signed documents for him to be able to notarize out in Montana when they didn't notarize them. And a lot of these documents, this should not be like this. This is incorrect. This should say the state of Missouri, County of St. Louis, not Gallatin in Montana. That's another way that I know that these affidavits are no good. And it's on several of these documents.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see.
I see, here it is again. Oh, let me go back one more. Here it is again. This should not say the state of Montana, the county of Gatlin. It should not say that. Or Gallatin. It shouldn't say that at all. It should say Missouri. Because this is where that notary is. That notary is in Missouri.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So what's the notary's name?
Lindsay Blase.
Okay.
I guess.
Because I know we did this on a Zoom when we were going over your evidence.
Yeah.
I want to do this on the air so we can show us.
Well, she's not even a notary anymore, from what I understand, because I called and spoke with the Secretary of State personally.
But we're gonna use the Wayback Machine. That's what I did before. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying she didn't even renew her notary. Like, she isn't even on the notary.
She wasn't lawfully an active notary at the time that she notarized.
She was at the time of this, but she was not on the registry to do electronic notarization. So she couldn't get on a computer and notarize anything for anybody. It had to be
in person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this was when during the whole COVID lockdowns, right?
Yeah.
During the COVID lockdowns. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And
so there's no way she could have been.
There was an order, and we had that in that trial folder. There was an order that the Secretary of State came out with saying that they could do electronic notary because they weren't able to do it before that. They had to register for it, and it was because of the COVID that they put this order out. It was order 26 something. I don't know. I don't remember the number, but it was an actual order.
BLASE?
BLASE.
Okay, got it. And hold on, is there a URL there we can use to get to that? The one we used before to go on the Wayback Machine?
Yeah, it was just the Secretary of State of Missouri.
No, go back to it real quick. I think
that there's no URL on that.
I know, but I can use the seal as a starting point.
Okay.
To find what I'm looking for.
Well, here's her commission number.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
16447180.
One more time.
164-7180. 2 4.
Isn't that how we did it last time when we looked it up?
Yeah, but I actually even called and spoke with them because
I know, but we're going to show our viewers a visual on the Wayback Machine today.
Okay.
Like we did. Remember when like I did for you whenever we were trying to verify whether she was active notary or not? Do you remember that?
Right.
Yeah, we're going to do exactly the same thing. So let me find it here real quick. So it was now for the state of Missouri. What's the do you remember the website or the name of the department?
Secretary of State, Missouri Secretary of State.
Okay, got it.
But
Public notary.
This alone, this Montana up here for the notary, I mean, that just tells you right there.
Okay. It would be on the Missouri website. Is it s1.sos.mo.gov or no?
I'm not sure. It would be a gov. I'm not sure what.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
You should have just searched Secretary of State of Missouri. It would have pulled right up.
I did. I put Missouri Secretary of State Public Notary.
Okay.
I wonder what that judge and those, those workers right there would feel like if they had CPS called on them and fraudulent claims put.
Right.
Okay. No, wait, I got it. Because it's right here. Notary maintenance. Okay, so that's notary. Okay, notary and commission. Let's see. Okay. All right, so notary, and so we need to find the notary register, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to site map. Okay, so notary certificates. No, was it certificates? Do you recall? I'm trying to figure out where we went here last time. Shit. Would you see if you can bring it up, because you probably used like gone to it before. I don't recall what it looked like. It was like months ago when we did this, but I want to make sure I'm on the right.
You don't have that folder?
I can't find it because like there's so much shit. I got like 3 or 4 different ones I was looking for, but there's so many to go through. Is it in the Rock Docs one or is it in emergency ex parte? That's what I'm saying. I got it.
Emergency ex parte one.
Okay. So here, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm doing here. The emergency ex parte, the template one.
Let me see what you got.
No, I think this is the template one.
Okay.
That you're using as a template when you're filing, I think. I don't know where it's, I mean, couldn't be, there's a whole shitload of stuff here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, in that folder, you had all the medicine and how bad the medicine, we had all the medicine evidence, we had all the notary evidence, and it was like a folder of all my evidence I had to go into court that day for that final trial.
Wait, is this a consent order on the TRO? Is this related to that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's got the preliminary, the TRO preliminary
Preliminary.
injunction. Is that the same? Is that related to the same thing?
Yes,
Sorry.
that's all of it. Yeah.
All right. Oh, so we need to look for notary. Okay, let's do that. Oh, here we go. I got it.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. You can pull it up. But I'm going to try to find an affidavit that's correct. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, stop, Adobe. Why you want to do that? I don't want to use Adobe Acrobat for Drive. Screw you. Adobe tried to rip me off. Wouldn't let me cancel my Adobe account. I had to find a loophole freaking code-wise to get around their shit. They're trying to keep charging me for some bullshit. I'm good on that.
That's it.
There we go. So this is okay. Here we go. Perfect. Yeah. Here we go. We got it. All right. Way back machine, motherfuckers. Save our ass again. All right. So we're gonna go.
It's done by county, and she was in St. Louis County.
I wish I had the whole. It's cut off right here.
It's in alphabetical order.
Registered. Okay. Registered electronic notaries. That's the page we're looking for.
That's what you're on. So
yeah,
go down.
I know, but I want to bring it up live on the air. That's why I was trying to get the whole URL.
Oh, okay.
So people can see for themselves. Let me see if it gets to the bottom here. All right. Well, we can do this here. I know I should have it in my history. So from like 6 months ago. Let me bring it up. Go ahead and just give me 1 second, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yay. Hi, what do you know? I found it. January 28th, 2022, way more than 6 months ago. Here we go, folks. As you can see, sos.missouri.gov, registered electronic notary. Wayback Machine capture dated February 28th, 2021. Okay, that would be right around the time. All right, so we got the name over here. We got the commission number. So we're gonna go down and we're gonna see if we find that commission number. What do you know? It's not anywhere. Well, let's see if we can find the name. How about that? You don't even have a common. Look, do we have any Lindsays? Maybe Lindsay, Renee, Lindsay Hill, Lindsay Worth, Lindsay. No, that don't. None of those match the last name either. I don't think. Let's see if we just get the last name. Haley and Blaze, but no Elizabeth.
Lindsay, no.
No Lindsay Elizabeth. And those numbers aren't the same. That's not the same person. Only one match. So what's going on here?
She wasn't notarized.
It wasn't
wasn't
properly
notarized.
licensed to notarize, and that document they went on, which makes it completely fraudulent and void. Does it not?
Yes, it was. The affidavit was fraudulently filed.
Okay. You want to bring up that that document we were just sharing with the notary, the lady's name on it, so we can show again that side to side? I would love for you to do that. And then I think I rest my case there with everything. What do you think? At least for that goes. We can continue sharing. Go ahead, share your screen again, Dottie.
I am.
Oh, show them that webpage.
But I think we've shown enough data points to have we not? I mean, that's pretty clear to me. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I think if people are still hating and, you know, speaking down about it, then it's just, they're going to hate no matter what.
Right.
No, obviously. Yeah, no, of course. But I just wanted to, because I know we have the evidence. I know for a fact we have it because I've seen it. You don't have to believe me. Doesn't mean we're going to show all our cards either. You know? You never show all your cards at poker. Hello?
Right. At this point, the moon can't apologizing for making waves.
That's right.
Well, it's also kind of like this. I mean, you're driving down a highway, you see danger. I mean, you try to warn people. If they're not going to listen, then let them fly.
Right. You know, and you know, people think about it like this. Never tip your hand, folks. That's idiotic and stupid. Hello? And besides, it's not even up to me what we display, because it's not my evidence, folks. It's not. I leave it up to the people who have it. That's their call. However they want to present it. I'm not going to push it, without their permission, or push it without their consent. I'm not going to censor them either. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give them the opportunity to present it the way they want, because that's what we're about. We're about showing the facts. Yeah, we're about showing the evidence. Yeah, but we're also about free speech, and we're also about giving people their voices back. If we were to do that, we would not be what we claim to be, and we are not about just railroading or running over people without their. No, I'm not doing that. Especially to a bunch of women, who have been traumatized. And, do you not realize the PTSD that causes? Do you?
No, I don't think people do.
I don't think people do either. They need to. They need to have a little bit of empathy, for fuck's sake.
The sad thing
we need to back each other up, not tear each other down. That's the bottom line, folks.
You know what? The sad part is we're trying to fight so hard so that they don't have to face it one day.
Right.
No, but the problem is that we're all going to have to face it in order to overcome it. That's the sad reality. Until we all unite in mass and say, no, enough, no more. We're not going to allow this. And when we have people that are doing those kind of divisive tactics, then what can you do? We need unity, not division. We need to get out of our freaking egos, folks.
Amen.
We need to start working for the greater good of our fellow human beings, and especially for these kids who are the real victims. Okay, they're the real freaking victims here. That's who we're fighting for. Period.
So it says right here, the temporary restraining order was emailed by James and had improperly been filed under the wrong case number, is what they're saying at this point.
What was their claim?
That it was filed on the wrong case number. It was filed under the 001 instead of the 02. But TROs get their own numbers. They don't stay with your court case number. I was looking into the case numbers on these TROs in other family court cases, and they get their own number. It's not just your case number.
Well, this is obviously
keeping it as my case number.
This is obviously out of the norm. Obviously, I mean, I've seen it myself. I looked into it, and it looks to me, from what I've seen, it looks exactly like what they're doing is they're picking and choosing for one. I mean, they're pretending like these are all lawful orders and TROs and not, but yet they're not presenting. They're acting under
They were
freaking
not
common
lawful.
law.
This was not lawful.
They're not lawful at all. Obviously, we just
They may
showed
be
you guys
legal, they may be
the
legal, but they were not
electronic
lawful.
notary, register of electronic notary. That lady's name was not on there at that time frame when that was signed. Therefore, it makes it null and void and unlawful.
Yeah. She couldn't sign that affidavit. She couldn't notarize it for him.
Okay,
it was not properly notarized.
You know, they still took her daughter based off of that unlawful TRO, folks. That was the basis that they took her. And you would think that if it was a lawful order, they would have charged her with kidnapping, right? Well, no, they didn't. What did they charge you with instead?
Contempt of court is what I got.
Contempt of
Criminal
court.
contempt.
They charged her with contempt of fucking court. Why would they do that?
Criminal contempt.
Why would they do that? After everything we've just heard, why would they do that? Does it make any sense to you?
Even when the
It
police
doesn't to
officer
me.
tells me that this would be parental kidnapping at the end of that before he leaves.
At the body cam footage you got. Yeah, no, he warns you about that. He says that. You're right.
Yes, he does. He warns
Then why
me
didn't
that
they
it would
charge
be
you with that?
parental kidnapping.
Why didn't they charge you with that then?
I don't know,
That's
because I
the
didn't show
question.
up that court date that I told him that on the 3rd of February. We didn't go. So at that point, that's when the charges for parental kidnapping should have been in place, but they never ever
They never
said
charged you
anything
with
about
that.
No.
Nope.
He does.
So that begs the question,
her
what's
dad
going on
did,
there?
but the courts never did.
Okay.
Because the courts were the ones doing the kidnapping.
Yes.
With him. Yeah.
And they know it. We got the evidence of the body cam footage. Now, we haven't gone through all that footage, you know, and that's not my call to make how much we air. That's up to Dottie. I'm letting her make that call. That's her evidence.
This is an email I sent the judge on January 25th about my TOR that I had after 6 months of the case sitting with nobody acknowledging it. I couldn't find anybody to tell me anything what was going on with this TRO that she was supposed to hear at our trial that she ignored and skipped over and then wouldn't respond to me about it. Nobody would. So I'm asking her, I would like to know what happened after 6 months of our case number, sitting with nobody acknowledging me when I have contacted you, your clerk, Venus Jackson, Colleen Hubble, the Domestic Relations Department, and the presiding judge on this matter. There was no notice of this court date, nothing in the mail, no email, or my attorney being informed of this hearing. How do I show up to a court date I am unaware of in such an important issue that I filed? That does not make sense, but much doesn't with the family court. I have asked why now. Why did you decide to have a court date after 6 months of not hearing my order of protection? Is it to help along James Judy in his TRO and his modification of judgment? I demand a jury trial on any and all cases from here on out. You are not following your own rule of law or the oath you have taken. Most everything that has taken place in this case has not been in accordance with the law. I sent that to the judge. I was mad. I was, you get fed up, you get to a point, and she bleeds this the same as I do. You know what I mean? So she's not a god. She's not better than me. She's not bigger than me. She's not more important than me. Especially in my family case where I'm the mom. Nobody trumps mom, not a judge, not nobody. And that's what people need to realize. That's what these moms and parents and dads out here got to realize. Nobody trumps you. Period.
They're violating people's civil rights, folks. This is not just happening to
And
Angie.
human rights.
This is happening to many other families. I've seen evidence from many other cases that we followed, that we've covered, and there's plenty of evidence there. So, it's happening, and it's happening really, really en masse, and it's really, really bad. So, I want to please be mindful of that and actually do your research and actually look at everything we put out before making grandiose claims about how we need to be presenting our information. Please at least check out all our content before actually making a snap judgment like that, because it's not appropriate and it doesn't help the movement.
This court clerk, when I messaged him about, because I had a TRO that had been filed way back in the year before that hadn't been heard, like back in 2020, that I was calling about. And he said in the reference to that case, He said of 12/21/2020, due to no response, the case was dismissed without prejudice. Because they sent out a notice of a court date and I didn't respond to that notice, they dropped it. Not because I didn't show up to court, but because I didn't respond to a notice they sent out on the court case that they never sent. It was all bullshit. They know, because I've gotten every other document but this one notice. Every other document had made it to me, but this one notice, the notice on my TRO, because I was trying to protect my daughter. That one got past me and they just dropped it because I didn't respond to the notice. Not that I didn't show up to court. What sense does that make?
It doesn't make any sense. The only thing that would make any sense is if it wasn't lawful to begin with and they dropped it because they knew better.
Yeah, they got rid of it because he says you can have both of these TROs, but you couldn't go through with his TRO without hearing mine. So if mine was still standing, waiting to be heard, they would have had to hear mine and all my evidence with his. So they just got rid of it. So they didn't have to deal with it. So that I was in the wrong because my daughter was refusing to go back there. That was the whole problem. My daughter was refusing to go back there. Oh shit. Shit hits the fan. I'm a criminal now because my daughter doesn't want to go back somewhere she's not comfortable. And
Right.
She articulated herself very clearly to the judge on 3 different occasions and spoke very well and was well understood what she was saying. I mean, she even shut the judge, everybody didn't know what to say when she got done a couple times talking to the judge. So, I mean, I have everything and I got all these recordings. If you take the time to sit down and go through it and actually look at it, you can't deny what went on here. You cannot deny it. There's no denying it unless you're a crooked motherfucker. That's the only way. Unless you're dirty, crooked, and not of light, then you're going to say some bullshit like whatever anybody else is saying.
Right. No, they're totally doing. Sorry, I was chit chatting in the Zoom chat with one of the other guests on here.
That's all right. I'm just saying there's no way to deny with everything that I have. Plus, you have that GAL Zoom call that was leaked, calling themselves Kids for Cash. Both of my GALs were on that call. They talk about my judge in the middle of that call.
Yes.
You can't tell me that shit ain't connected.
Is that enough evidence for you? You happy? Are you satisfied? Is that enough? Is that enough to convince the jury? Is that enough?
I would think
There's a whole lot more where that came from too, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Is that enough? That's all I got to say. Make up your own mind. We've shown you what we got, just some of what we got. We're not making any claims. We are asking and inviting our audience to decide for themselves and always use discernment.
Audio, when they called and
It's ridiculous. I have to repeat that so many freaking times.
In this audio, when I recorded between James and his wife and Delilah and I, they're threatening me, telling me I'm going to jail. They knew what was going. It was all set up. You know what I mean?
They were in that phone call. They were gaslighting the shit out of her. I've heard the phone call. They knew. Yeah. They totally knew. They were bragging about it to her and trying to.
You're gonna be in jail. And telling my daughter, your mom's gonna go to jail. Are you okay with that? Or you better come home. When are you coming home? Because no matter what, you're coming back here to live. And Delilah's going, I don't want to live there. 15-year-old girl. Been with me her entire life.
I know. It's ridiculous. It's freaking insanity. It absolutely is insanity. What did your counselor, your daughter's counselor, the one that saw her or that evaluated her, what did she say about
the one time when I did get her to a counselor? She said if anybody's doing anything, she thinks it would be the wife.
Okay, so this little blonde bitch right here, according to a professional,
and women molest kids,
a non-pocketed professional, like a one that's not been bought out.
Women
when they don't have
children
another pocket,
a lot more than people realize.
Independent.
I was shocked, but I see how often it is now that women actually touch little kids. It's quite a bit.
So, but this counselor, this person who evaluated your daughter, that you hired them independently or went to them separately, right? From their
This
own
was
little,
years before. This was years before this trial ever started.
what? How many?
She was about 9 or 10. She was
Oh,
like 14.
wow.
Well, she was like 14 by the time we got to court.
Oh, wow. So this was
Yeah,
like
that's what
4
I'm
or
saying.
5
This
years
was years
prior.
before because I noticed
Wow.
something right away one summer when she come home. I knew something. She didn't sing for a whole year. I knew something happened that summer.
Okay.
Okay, because she would go out there for the summer, something, and I knew something had happened when the way my daughter come home, the way she acted. You know your kids. You know, nobody can tell me that I don't know what my gut tells me or what my motherly instinct tells me because I'm a fucking mom. I know my kid. I know. You don't have, I don't need anybody's approval or evidence. I don't need any of that shit. I just need a conversation with my daughter. That's it.
And you know, and for anybody that wants to make, you know, on anybody on that or on your TikTok, Dottie, that oh yeah, they're making all these claims that don't know the facts and the evidence because they're probably too lazy to actually go and look. We put the second part up there for you, for them. Everybody that's been complaining about that. Where's part two? Where's part two?
James is an abuser. He was on house.
Hold on.
He had an
I
ankle
really want to
monitor.
make this real quick. I just want to point this out. Anybody that's listened to a conversation, sorry, I went off on a little rant on them TikTok users, but anybody who's watched any or heard any audio or video of her and her daughter having a conversation can tell that Dottie is the best freaking mother any child could hope for. Any child could hope for. There's no kind of her. She was supportive emotionally, mentally, physically. She was her daughter
financially.
And were like this. We're like this.
We were
inseparable.
close.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that that's 180 after all hearing all this court collusion with the judge and the lawyer. It's your lawyer and you beat it. We didn't.
What do you do when you beg for help and nobody listens?
But nobody wants to seem to want to pay attention and look at what we've already been putting out.
My daughter begged for help, pleaded with that judge, begged, spoke out, and nobody listened. Nobody helped her. They did the opposite. What do you think a kid's going to do when they're isolated and taken from everything they've ever known in their life and cut off from it? Completely cut off.
These courts are inducing on purpose trauma to keep perpetuating their racketeering.
Well, they kidnapped her in 2017 one time. They already had kidnapped her
doing it for fucking money. They sold out humanity for freaking money.
Yeah, she wasn't a criminal. She did nothing wrong. And then the only thing that she did was protect her daughter, say that she would not make her daughter go back to her molester. And that's why,
exactly. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me.
The judge got mad and charged her for some stupid shit.
The judge got mad because I called her out and released some audio of her berating my daughter in the courtroom.
What did she do 3 days before they took your daughter?
She recused herself off the case.
And how many other judges did too?
The next judge after that and the family court, we stuck with the last judge, but the criminal charge, the entire circuit, the 21st Circuit, the entire circuit.
On the criminal charge, here, that criminal charge you're currently waiting on rescheduling?
Still the entire circuit.
Okay, so the charges that they're trying to come after her criminally for, all the judges recused themselves originally.
And they didn't have to do that.
They didn't have to do that.
There was no conflict there because they don't judge. That's what a jury's for.
So what was that all? Why? Why did they do that? That's the question you need to ask yourself, folks. Okay, because that's pretty evident to me that something ain't right in this case at all. Wouldn't you say?
I would say
clearly there's more than enough evidence to show that we've shown just in this alone that something ain't right there. And then we have hard evidence of,
and then not to mention the fact that the judge started moving on her own motion. She moved, it was her own motion that she moved on for criminal contempt. That was the judge's motion. Judges can, but don't normally make their own motions on
so it was highly unusual for a judge.
Wait for James to make a motion to move the court.
Was that again?
The judge didn't even wait for James to make his own motion to move the court for contempt of court. The judge did that on her own motion.
Oh, that's spite. That's retaliation.
That's taking something personal.
Yeah. Yep.
James moved a motion too, but so did the judge. And I went to jail on the judge's motion for criminal contempt.
Okay.
And that's in here. And the warrant they arrested me on that day is in here.
And who is James? Just for the audience, new members, people that might have jumped on real quick.
My daughter's dad.
Okay. That's James.
Supposed because, we've never had a
Right.
paternity test, and there's a chance he's not, but they won't give me a paternity test. They
That's
won't
fucked
do
up.
one.
That's fucked up. See, look at that text, folks. Go back to that text. I want viewers to see that. Go back.
Okay,
That's
so
important.
this was the day I was supposed to be in court on February 3rd, and we didn't go because she didn't want to go. So we didn't go to court. Dee won't get in the car. I don't know what you want me to do. Why would your daughter be refusing to go with you like this? This is not normal. She is a good kid that does what she is told. It's supposed to be, what have you done? But I mistyped. Why have you done? So he said, parental kidnapping might be next. Please, let's not make this worse. And that was it. He never came to my door to try. He was in town, supposedly, they say.
Okay.
But I have no evidence of that he was in town.
Okay.
That he never tried to come to my door to get her, nothing. If he was so worried about her being in my care, why did they leave her in my care for another, 7-8 days? Because it wasn't until February 10th that they
Right.
took her.
Right.
So that was the messages. That was the only messages between James and I that day. And then on its own motion.
There's the motion for criminal
Yeah.
contempt right there.
On its own motion.
Go ahead, Dottie.
What? No, go ahead. I was just showing
No.
you that
Oh,
it's
no,
on its own
I
motion.
thought you were, no, you go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just
I thought
pointing
you were
out that the
continuing.
judge was doing that.
No, I was just saying that's the contempt, the
This is the
motion for
criminal
criminal
contempt
contempt.
charge,
Yeah.
yes.
That's all I was saying. I wasn't going any, I was just stating what the
no, like,
document was for the viewers.
I just found it really weird that she was making her own motions. Like that's what? That's confusing to me. So
But from what you could from the research you did, that's highly unusual for a family.
it
court
is
judge
highly
to do that,
unusual.
right?
They can do that.
They can, but they
it's
don't
not
normally.
likely that they do. It's
Right.
not common. It's not a
Okay.
common thing.
That's
at all.
important. That's important to recognize. People. This is not a common occurrence. They don't normally move on their own motions. So that being said, why is she doing this so frequently? That's the question you need to ask yourself.
Right. Significant
got to hide?
consequences,
What's she
including
trying to
without
hide?
limitation, contempt of court, a body attachment and a warrant, and commitment directing the body of Angela Freiner be attached by the sheriff. This is the threats are coming in now. They're at this point really threatening me.
Okay. Oh, and there we go again. No date. No. They have a date. No time. No time.
No time. There's never any time on any of them. And then this is James's show.
Don't they have to have a timestamp?
Huh?
Aren't they supposed to have to, or aren't they required to have a timestamp?
None of my documents have timestamps.
No, but I mean the way it's supposed to be done on court documents. Don't
You
they
would
always have a
think-
timestamp?
I thought they should timestamp them. But if you look
I think that's pretty standard protocol, don't you think?
but if you look at the way these are stamped, all my documents look like this.
No, I know that's my point. These look like
I can
fraudulent
make
documents.
that in 2 minutes. I could make that stamp in 2 minutes.
Easily.
Stamp any
That's not
document
hard
I
at
want.
all. This looks like totally fraudulent to me.
Oh, and never on the court docket. Ever, never, ever would you
There's
ever
another
find my
reason
name
why
on the docket.
why it doesn't make any sense. It's never on the court docket.
It
Why
was
else?
I was never on the
Why was it
docket.
not on the court docket?
Never.
Why-
Not even my criminal cases on the court docket. That's
So what's
not
really
even
going
the docket.
on? That's what you need to ask yourself, folks. What's really going on? Why is it not on the docket at all? Because it wasn't. It's
Here's
not
his
been on the docket.
motion for contempt. James did file a motion for contempt. This is his. So the judge filed one, he filed one. So I got 2 motions filed for contempt, one by him, and one by the judge.
The contempt of court is from you not giving your daughter, right?
No. No, because what she ends up saying is if you bring in your daughter to court on this date on February 10th, we won't hold you for contempt. If you bring her in, we will drop the contempt charge, right? Because she wanted me to bring my daughter in. I bring my daughter in, they still follow through with the contempt charge. So I did what she asked. I did what I was, she asked me to do, but it didn't matter. She knew she was arresting me because that was the only way to take my daughter from me.
Right.
Because legally, they just couldn't take my daughter from me.
But if you're in jail, they can't.
Yes, they can, because now I'm not there to protect her or stop it.
Do you want to play that audio that of Megan Fox calling the jail too?
Yeah, go ahead and play that. I don't have it.
I don't have it. I don't know where it's at either. Right somewhere.
It's on her YouTube, where they won't bring me to my bond hearing after I was arrested.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I really wish I could find another affidavit where that should not say Montana. So that would show a lot of how fraudulent the affidavit was.
Well, keep looking. Keep looking.
I know there's one in here.
I know you've seen. I know I've seen it before. I know it's there.
So then they file a writ of habeas corpus to produce the body. So not only do they have this TOR, these contempt motions, these show cause orders, this motion to modify, they also have this application for writ of habeas corpus. So they're just paper. This is called paper wads, dude. These papers don't mean shit. They're just busy work, money. You got to pay money for them, and it's just busy work. It don't mean shit.
It's all statutes and in codes and shit, and it's all, they're acting under color of law. They are. They're running over people's rights, folks. If you think it can't happen to you, think again.
It's gonna happen.
They're coming for everybody.
All the kids. Here, this is an email between the judge from his lawyer, talking about the body attachment. The attachment application of writ of habeas corpus filed today on behalf of petitioner via court electronic filing. Upon acceptance of the filing, because it hasn't been accepted yet, a new case number issued, and then they got the case number. So why wasn't there a new case number for the temporary restraining order? There should have been. If the writ of habeas corpus had its own, the TRO should have had its own case number. I served papers for 20 years. They have their own case number.
I'm looking in that video now. It's probably about a year ago, right? I mean, a little more than a year ago. Year and a half ago, actually, probably. Right?
Yeah. Oh, and then there's something really interesting on this too. Or it was the gag order. Because, oh yeah, then they try to put a gag order on me. Do you still believe you are not a slave?
Oh wait, is it the one that says breaking news and update on Angela Freiner?
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah,
all right,
that's
here we go.
it.
Or no, is this the one of the? Oh, this is the one where she calls the jailer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me double check it, make sure it is. It's still loading.
Oh, and then they were really mad because I enrolled my daughter back into school. First, they're trying to say that my daughter was missing all the school, and I was like, no, she's not missing school. And they're like, well, that's what she's not there going to school. I said, no, I enrolled her back into school here in Missouri, back at Afton. Well, then that was the problem. So first it was the problem that she wasn't going to school, and then it was a problem that she was going to school because I enrolled her back into school, a school she had been going to since kindergarten. It was her first year of high school. She'd been in school with these people her whole entire life, She asked me to enroll her back in school, so I did. So they subpoenaed the school records. They were mad. The judge was really mad because I was being a parent.
They're fucking with us. This shit won't play. Here, let me share my screen real quick. I want to show her.
Okay. But they were mad because I was being a parent to my daughter and making decisions for my daughter, which is my fucking right.
Now it wants to play. Oh yeah, the minute I call it out live on the air, it works.
This is the podcast, but there was just a phone call she made to the court.
That's what I'm looking for. Is just a phone call. Where's that at?
That's the other one. It says update. It's got I think my picture on the front of it.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, no,
and this was all going on in real time. This isn't, after the fact. This was all happening and being aired all as it was happening. Go down a little more.
I'm getting it. I reversed the sorting of my date. I went low. I went from oldest to newest, so it's gonna be
okay. Better. Keep going. All right, I'll show you which one it is. Keep going down a little more. A little more.
No, not that one.
Keep going. I'll show you. Keep going.
No, it's further back.
No, keep going.
This is look 10 months. 10 months. We're already at 10 months.
I'm telling you where it is. I'm gonna point it out to you. Please. Just
Okay.
Keep
All right. I'll take your word for it. I thought it was like earlier than that. It's not. It's going in reverse. It's oldest to newest.
Oh, you got it.
As we scroll down, it's going to the newer ones.
Oh shit! You got it backwards.
I just said that.
Go up a little bit.
That's what I was saying. We went past it.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
Why you got it like that?
Well, because I thought it would be easy. I didn't know how much content she had, and I was scrolling for a while,
Okay,
going the other
hold
way.
on. Slow down. There's that. Okay, hold on. I was already out of jail for that.
Well, it's got to be up here.
No, it's got.
I'm pretty sure it's. Oh, here we go.
Oh, right here. Breaking jailed whistleblower mom. Yeah, I think this is it. Mom cut from her bond hearing.
All right, my name's Megan Fox. I'm
There
a
you go.
reporter. I'm covering the bond hearing of Angie Freener. She was supposed to be at a bond hearing this morning at 9 a.m. She didn't show up. Can you tell me why that happened?
What's her name?
Angela Freener. She's in custody. She was supposed to be at a bond hearing today at 9 o'clock. You guys were supposed to put her on a Zoom call or a WebEx, and she never showed.
Yes, I found out for you. I apologize about that. Just a second. Let me find out why they didn't get him. Just a second.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. She has 2 court proceedings. She's in Division 31, and they also had her listed for Division 40 as well. So she's in Division 31 when she gets done with that. She got Division 40.
Wait a minute. She didn't show up at her bond hearing, though. It's going on right now without her. She's not there.
We would put her on. She is in Division 31 right now. That's why she can't do both at one time. She's in a different division this morning.
What does that mean? What's Division 31? What is she doing there? Her attorney is right now in her bond hearing. If she's in another hearing, then she's without an attorney. What is she in right now? What's Division 31?
Are you her attorney or are you a clerk?
I am a reporter. I am from the press. We're trying to figure out what happened to her. She was scheduled to be at a bond hearing today.
No, that's you can call her attorney. You can call her attorney.
Excuse me, what is Division 31?
Click. Hung up on her.
Okay, so that's just one more bit of evidence. And we got more. We got so much. We could probably sit here for freaking a good solid month. Couldn't we?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we made our point. What do you think?
Yeah, we could sit here a month and we probably have made our point. I mean, if you don't see it by now, you'll never see it.
It's pretty obvious. It's pretty clear cut to me. Based on the lawsuit at Trinity against Trinity Teen Solutions, if they were still open, okay, then that might be a different story. Maybe there'd be some questionability as to the legitimacy of that. But the fact that they were closed down because of this lawsuit, that tells you everything you need to know. And there's prior history of them being sued for the same thing. Okay, that's 2. 3, the registry, the electronic notary registry was the lady was never. Lindsay Elizabeth Blaze was never licensed to be an electronic notary during that time period, and they were on lockdown. She was for in person, not electronic. If you go check that website, the Wayback Machine, we just viewed it a little bit ago. It tells you right there. You could not find her name nor her ID number.
The judge says that I didn't offer any credible explanation to why my daughter hadn't been returned, and that it was willful, intentional failure to appear in court on February 3rd when my daughter didn't want to go with them.
Yeah, what did they leave out?
They didn't care about that.
What did they leave out about that in that document? Isn't that the same date that they were?
They're talking about me not showing up. They're saying that I didn't give them any credible, willful, that it was intentionally, that I wasn't bringing her back to her dad, that I didn't give any good explanation to him for why.
Was this around the time when you got locked up on that call?
No, this is during the time when they took her on the 10th. So this is right around there. It says certifies that she
But it's
witnessed-
related
so
to
the
that
judge
TRO and all that.
witnessed- So, in which Judge Nicole Zellweger of St. Louis County Circuit Court, Clayton, Missouri, certifies that she witnessed the direct contempt of petitioner's failure to appear on court on February 3rd. Certifies that she said conduct and committed in the actual presence of the court, saying that I was all this stuff, right?
Right.
And
But
that I
she
would
left
be
out a
in prison
whole
for my
slew
said
of other stuff,
conduct.
didn't she?
Yeah, that I needed to be in prison to purge what I have sowed, whatever.
Wow. Wow.
And here's the warrant when they arrested
Conflict
me.
of interest much, Zellweger? Huh?
And this, yeah, here's the warrant from that day on February 10th.
What was the date that you were locked up where you never got to that bond hearing that Megan Fox was talking about? What was
That
the date
was
on?
in March. That was the
March?
second time she had me arrested.
So that was after this time.
Yeah, this time I was only in for 48 hours. The next time I went for a couple
Malicious prosecution, aiding and abetting. I can think of a whole slew of other RICO charges. You name it. That could go that she could be charged with.
Yeah.
But what happened, Dottie?
this is
What happened?
What?
What happened?
When?
What did she do? She fled, right? To another state, didn't she?
No, that was the presiding judge over the whole department.
So where did Zellweger go though?
She went to criminal court. She got out of family. They moved her from family to criminal.
From family to criminal. Oh, how convenient for her.
And I have the recording of them
Wow.
announcing that in a town hall.
Wow.
I have the
She
town
shouldn't
hall
even be
meeting of
allowed in
that.
criminal. She's misusing her position.
A little bit, you think?
No, a little bit, or I'd say a whole lot.
So
Just based
the
on the audio of the
presiding
court hearing when
judge-
your daughter was telling her not to send her with her dad because he molested her. Like, come on.
At the same town hall meeting, the presiding judge announces that he's fleeing state. He's stepping down and leaving on a sabbatical or whatever. He fled the state because of all of this. And in the same meeting announced Zellweger going over to the criminal side of it, that she no longer was going to be in family court. I have this town hall meeting on record. I have it recorded.
Oh wow, nice. Cool. We should put up the timeline of events and like evidence in addition to the simple books you got going. I want to do something similar to how
I
we
was
did,
building a timeline actually. I have
No,
a
I
really
know.
nice one.
I know
Actually,
you are.
I
I
started.
know, but I think we
I
should.
just actually started a couple nights ago.
Oh, nice. Okay, I would like to be able to put one up like on the news for us separately, so we have two parallel tracks running. If
Right.
That's all right.
But no, that's fine.
All right. Cool.
So, and here's me asking, can someone please tell me where my daughter was taken into yesterday? Like when I get out, I'm looking for my kid because I don't know where she is. I don't know if they took her to the hospital. For 2 days or so after I got out of jail, I had to get home and
Oh
stuff. And then
wow.
figure out because I didn't know what happened to her. The last
How did
thing
you
I
find
heard
out?
was her screaming.
Finally, how'd you find out finally that she was in the
Can
hospital?
someone please tell me your daughter was taken to Children's Hospital for evaluation? Venus Jackson ended up telling me on the 11th at 4:47. So I know what it was. I had Kyle email the GAL. I called him from jail and had him email the GAL to find out where she was for me. So I found out like the next day. And then Zellweger assigned.
And they drugged her and put her in a psych ward while you were in jail. Then
Yes.
basically, why would they do that, folks? Why would they do that to a child if there was, if this case was legitimate? Can you answer me that? Why would you put a child that's had no
Well,
history
don't
of
forget-
mental health problems, no history of any of that, and you put them in a psych ward, put them on drugs because they don't want to go with their dad who touches
We're
them?
missing
Are you
something
fucking
else
kidding
here.
me?
Well, you're missing something else here. Don't forget they held a criminal contempt hearing without allowing me representation. They assigned me, they assigned a lawyer on my case after the fact when I was already arrested because she came to the jail and talked to me after they already held the hearing, found me guilty, threw me in jail, and then this attorney shows
No
up.
representation. They added the lawyer on after the fact, folks.
Yeah.
All right.
And here's the lawyer telling Ms. Venus Jackson that she had met with me in jail, but not prior to it.
Okay. Cool. And see, right now these are many more data points, folks. But the three I was getting at before was the lawsuit against Trinity Teaching Solutions. The fact that it's closed down already because of that lawsuit. Okay, which says a lot. 3, the notary public wasn't registered, was not on the list to be qualified or licensed to lawfully make notary on the electronic system during the time that there was the lockdowns, folks. Keep that in mind. All right. So you got that when everybody was doing shit remotely. Okay, that's 3. 4. You got the audio from the courtroom, okay, of her daughter telling the judge, please don't send with him or me with him. He touches me. And she tells her, if you don't go with your dad, I'm going to put your mom in jail, so you'll have no choice to go with your dad. I'm paraphrasing there. But that was the gist of it. That's
hotline.
4.
The
5.
right here it says said abuse has been hotline 3 times.
5.
Child has not been evaluated or questioned.
Hold on, let me finish that. I really want to bring this home. 5. The fact that they locked her up without any representation and then tried to give her representation after they locked her up without any trial, without any due process. That's 6.
And that was only
7.
to keep me from filing.
Yes, exactly. To keep her from filing. And then everything she's tried to file so far has been blocked. The clerks would not file at all. Okay. For over a year. So I don't want to hear from people. Oh, all you got to do is file this, file that, you know, or file a bar report or file an ethics report. You know what?
Done all that.
People have been doing this shit. The problem is these reports are not getting properly put in the system like they're supposed to be, like these people are supposed to do their jobs. They're not doing their freaking jobs.
Q, you got to take into consideration that the head of the disciplinary board for St. Louis County judges was on the Zoom call that was leaked when they were colluding, calling themselves Kids for Cash. So the boss, the head of the department was on the phone call.
So the head of the department was in on it then.
Siobhan Harris was on the Zoom call. She is the one that runs the disciplinary board.
So what do you do?
Who the hell do you go
what
to?
do you do when you have that level of corruption? What do you do?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Get
either.
crazy.
Let's start making name pages for everybody.
Start speaking out and start screaming and telling your story and showing the evidence because it's there.
It is there for anyone that's willing to look, and those who can't see it aren't looking. I mean, it could never be more freaking blatantly obvious. And we not only that, but we live in a time where we have the world at our fingertips, not only on our desktops, but in our freaking pockets 24/7. There is no excuse that you can't sit and do a Google search or another search engine search. The information's out there. So, all the naysayers, you could say all you want, speak your opinion all you want, but look at the freaking evidence. It's all there. And if you're not looking, then you're just freaking lazy and got nothing better to do. And you need to just shut the fuck up. Period.
Very nicely said.
Thank you. I think it needed to be said.
Very nicely said, for sure.
Should we wrap it up, Dottie?
We can wrap it up. What are we going to wrap it up with?
Are we going to wrap it up with let's wrap it up with that special segment you put together for that
What about that 5-minute take two?
Oh yeah, no, let's wrap it up with that. Yeah. That's right. Thank you for reminding me, Jessica. Oh yeah. I'm definitely going to do that.
What did she say?
Oh, well, you're going to love this. Have you ever heard of Sun Tzu's The Art of War?
Yes.
It's a 5-minute YouTube video adaptation to it.
Yes.
That's what we're going to finish off with.
Okay.
Let me bring it up 1 second.
I just want to show you one more thing, and I think I'm on the paper here now. So when they do the gag order and she orders me to take everything off the internet and get it from every third party person that has the footage of her doing what she did to my daughter, she wanted me, so say I put it up and you took it and you forwarded it, I was supposed to get it from you too, right? This is what she's saying in her gag order. Well, the hearing when I was supposed to turn everything in, she specifically writes in the order that I'm not allowed to be at that hearing.
What?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
That my gag order hearing, I'm not allowed to be at. It was for counsel only.
Damn.
And it's this document's here.
You're not allowed to react.
So right here, the court will
Evidently,
hold
they
a
don't know what
conference
a
for
fucking mom
counsel only on March 5th, 2021 at 7:40 a.m. by WebEx.
You're not allowed to react to that.
I was not
What
allowed
the
to be a hearing of my own
You're not
hearing.
allowed to be a mom right
What
now.
the hell?
No, this was
That's
I was being
completely
told I couldn't
illegal.
come to my own gag hearing and
That's
shit.
bullshit. That's total bullshit.
They did that to me too, with lawyers going in and they
And
wouldn't allow me to go
Why
into the court.
why the signature on this document's blacked out like that? I have no clue. I don't know what that is about.
Well, that is weird. What? Who is the signer on it?
The judge, Zellweger.
I don't know. Maybe, oh, you know what? Maybe they tried to block it out and then only to realize that it was still coming through.
I don't have no
I
idea.
don't know.
Like that.
That doesn't make any sense to me. That's odd.
No. She said in court that, and then right 2 days after the gag order was put in place, the article came out. I had the journalist release the first article on the case. That's what I thought of her gag order. And I've never stopped talking. I've never quit producing and putting out and exposing.
Yeah.
Because that's what they wanted me to do. And that's the worst thing you could have done. Like, just shut up, to go that far and then for me to shut my mouth, that would have been idiotic.
It's the same thing.
Especially after all the evidence you have.
Yeah, and it's the same thing as when they tell kids, when a child molester tells a kid, oh, keep quiet, don't say nothing, or I swear I'm going to hurt your family or something. It's the same thing. They're just trying to shut you up.
Yeah.
All
So like she said, the judge replied to my daughter, when your mom is taken to jail, you will have no other parent to live with but your dad. I understand you're not happy with the court's judgment. When the child refused to consent, the judge continued threatening to arrest her mother. We can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way, Zellweger said. I still don't understand, said the minor. I told you that he was touching me and you're still going to make me go with him? There's no evidence, Zellweger interrupted the minor's plead.
Is this an article that you put together or something?
No, this is Megan Fox's article.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
And she just goes in about what happened in court that day. This is what I'm telling you, continued the child while sobbing. I have a personal experience, she said, begging. You don't understand. You're just going to force me to go with a child molester. At that point, a male voice jumped in and scolded the child to be quiet with a loud no. And the minor fell silent while the judge repeated to the young girl that her story doesn't matter in the eyes of the court because Zellweger didn't hear any evidence of the molestation. But if only the child and the abuser were there at the time of the molestation, what evidence would there be other than the child's word?
There you go. That says it all. And, and that's Megan Fox from Fox News. That Megan Fox, folks. Okay. So if she covered Angie's story.
No, she's from PJ Media.
Well, she's from PJ Media, but she's appeared on Fox News.
Fox.
No, I know, but you're not listening to me, Dottie. She's appeared on Fox News before in the past.
Oh, okay, maybe, I don't know.
That's part of her previous work, so most people may know her from that. But that's why I pointed that out, because I know like some of the older generation,
she went into a lot of detail in her articles. She wrote like 3 or 4 of them.
So this is not just some random journalist, folks. This is a reputable, well, supposedly reputable. I don't know how much anymore, considering that she conspired with Evita to smear you as a sovereign citizen, and we got the proof for that too, folks. So
well, they put these wolves in sheep's clothing. They do good things because to keep you off the track, and then we know this.
Yeah,
we know what goes on.
We've seen evidence. We've covered it many times, but I think we should we should do another follow up to this episode, like we did how we presented the evidence, and show how them two conspired, and we can prove that too.
You can't forget that Mike Velope covered this story. He's wrote in 4 or 5 articles. I mean, he covered extensively on this article. The St. Louis Record has covered it twice already. I mean, it's been well documented, and it's documented correctly.
Yes, it is documented correctly.
Yeah. And not to mention, after my daughter did that and I released that audio that day, that hundreds of families came forward with the same kind of stories, finally thought that they had a voice and stepped forward, that they had a press conference out in front of the courthouse. with these victims of this court system, telling their stories to the news, and the news didn't even report on it. They showed up, but didn't even report on it.
They didn't even turn on their cameras, did they?
I say they didn't. Other people say they did. I'm telling you, they didn't even turn on their damn cameras.
Well, if they did, they sure as hell didn't air anything, and they had an obligation to, but they chose not to. That's a liable omission, folks. It's another example of the mainstream steering the narrative through lies of omission. That's completely unethical. It's unprofessional. It goes against everything that journalism stands for. Period. Everything the freedom of the press stands for. It's the opposite, the antithesis of freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Let's not forget, folks, freedom of the press was put into place in our, by our founding fathers as a form of checks and balances. Let me finish. As a form of checks and balances to safeguard against corrupt officials. When you have eyes on them and they know you're watching, they're much less likely to do shady shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little history lesson that most people don't realize.
KSGF in Springfield covered the story. It's a news anchor in Springfield, Missouri. He covered a bit of the story a couple of times. He talked about my story. And there's her recusal. And then my daughter was gone 2 days later.
There you go. So they took her daughter after the judge recused herself, and they still proceeded and took her anyway, even though it was obviously there
and
was
then didn't give me a judge for like 5 months.
For 5 months? Oh wow.
Yeah, because finally after a couple months they gave me a judge, and the day of the hearing he recused himself off the case. And it wasn't until July 28th that I got in front of a judge. And when I asked the judge where my daughter was, he told me he didn't know that was what trial was for, and didn't have them tell me where my daughter was that day. And I have all that recorded. They were still in court, would not tell me where my daughter was after, 6 months.
Completely unlawful, unlawful altogether. Wow. So I got that Art of War thing queued up. I'm going to just put up the outro sequence, and then we'll wrap it up, guys.
Let's do it.
I think we did a great job of showing the evidence today, because there's plenty. I mean, we covered all our bases, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did. Even the trafficking angle. What do you guys think?
I think so.
I think so too. I mean, that's pretty clear cut to me.
Colluding together, showed the retaliation that they did on me. That judge retaliated.
That's pretty clear evidence, folks. We got a lot of evidence. We can prove the whole freaking shebang. Just because we haven't aired all of it doesn't mean we don't have it.
And it's the little things that nobody thinks about that's on these recordings that when you listen to them 100 times and you know what you're listening, you find it. It's there. You might not hear it the first time going around,
exactly where it's at.
When you stop and listen to it, just like we did with the body cam footage today. Did you hear him saying she could bust the courts for this? Did you hear him saying something
yes.
And
we're gonna air that. We're going to air that. Wait, well, can we air that next week?
But we didn't hear that the first time around. We didn't hear it right away. It was me going back and listening and pulling up those whispers, kind of like Angela sounds about ready, that we even heard that stuff. So just because these audios tell a lot.
So you amplified the audio when we listened to it the second time, we find it, right?
Yeah, these audios tell you a lot more than what you think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's whispers in the background that they don't think anybody's picking up, but if you amplify it, you can hear it clear as day.
Like the conversation the judge and the lawyer were having when they didn't know I was on the line and it was being recorded. They thought I was having computer problems and was calling in. That's interesting. So why nobody's being held accountable? I leave that to the people. It's because of the people at this point.
Immunity.
No, that immunity is null and void if they're breaking the law.
Yeah, they don't have immunity anymore. They've stepped out of line of that. What the problem
immunity is only covered when they're following law, and they're not obviously not following the law.
Oh, that's true.
This is the apex of the movie.
So that immunity goes right out the window when you got evidence of court officials breaking the law. Problem is, the whole damn fucking system in Missouri is fucking shot.
It's the whole system, and the people that are involved that are having these problems that are attacked should have rallied around this case and pushed it. Well, it's just like any other place.
Look at what happened with these certain people, like, like, I'm not going to make any names, but like, look at how, well, except for the whole Evita and Megan Fox thing is already public knowledge. We kind of put that out there already.
No, but look at the
but
people
besides
that they gather around, that look what they make happen when there's stuff like this going on, and you have your community backing you.
Right.
You go 10 times farther, 10 times faster.
Can I make a supposition or a theory? I want to propose a theory as to why that didn't happen. Here's what I think happened, based on what I've seen from the evidence with the Evita Tolu and the Megan Fox angle and how they tried to smear you.
Exactly
I think what happened is they kind of sowed division between the little groups that were working together. Like, they're separate, different ones working, doing their own thing. And they kind of like weaseled their way in and spread false information.
Well, this is how you know they're controlled ops,
so that they wouldn't interact. And I've seen that with a couple people from this movement. I will not mention names, but I've seen a couple that happened to a couple people where they were one day were friends with, and helping each other out. And next day, they want nothing to do with Dottie all of a sudden for no apparent reason.
That's controlled ops position. That's controlled ops. Because they don't want the system to go down.
There is active. We have the proof of the freaking the whole Evita Tolu and Megan Fox being complicit and trying to smear you. We can prove that too, folks. And can we do that next week, Dottie? I would love to put that to bed once and for all too. Again, for those who haven't seen it. Can we do that?
What? I'm sorry.
Can we prove the whole Evita and Megan Fox evidence again, like we did that one time, but this time like we did today?
Sure, but we'll show the actual emails with the them telling me all this bullshit, and then my actual.
I want to show it all. I want to show it all.
Show the landlord where my landlord goes. I don't know what.
I want to show how far this corruption goes. We have the evidence. If you doubt us, watch this next week because we're going to show it.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let me bring up the outro sequence real quick.
What do you call them? Controlled opposition.
Controlled opposition, yeah. See, we have evidence of the controlled opposition of them. We have evidence of Evita conspiring to smear Dottie as a sovereign citizen months before Megan Fox called her that.
At my bond hearing, I have
and not only that,
as the bad guy.
Evita gave a different reason to the court that she gave Angie for dropping her as a client. Completely different answer.
She gave everybody a different answer.
So, and not only that, Evita tried to steal your home, didn't she?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. She knew that at my bond hearing. That's what I'm saying. At the bond hearing, before I was even out of jail, she was already colluding with people to take my home before I ever got out of jail.
Yeah. No, and what we uncovered here is a whole what appears to be
controlled opposition.
Hold on. Let me finish. This is key.
Sorry.
A whole trail and a whole bunch of what looks like to be money laundering via real estate cash purchases.
That too.
We've seen a lot of that through the connections of the background checks we've done on that particular angle, folks. So we have a lot of evidence of that too. So what do you think? Should we show some of that too? I think that would really bring it home, don't you?
We could.
Cool. We should.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Cool. All right. You wanted evidence? We're going to show you evidence. You wanted action? We're showing you what you can do to take action. We're going to show you the evidence. What are you going to do to take action with us? What are you going to do to help this fucking cause? Because this shit has to stop.
Yeah.
And this could do it. What we have here would stop it.
We have enough to expose the whole fucking thing, folks. Do you not understand? We've been trying to tell people this for freaking months.
They won't listen.
But nobody wants to hear it. Or nobody's paying attention. We've been putting this shit out for a minute. There's a whole shitload, mountains and mountains of evidence, folks.
They rather be posting the prices of corn right now.
Mm-hmm. Motherfucking
What's the price of rice got to do with this?
I swear to God. If there's one issue on this planet that should be our number one issue, it should be our fucking kids, folks.
Amen.
It should be our fucking kids. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but I'm calling it like I see it. I see so much freaking division, so much ego, so much bullshit petty bickering and fighting. Why in the fuck can we not set our differences aside for one fucking second to come together for these kids? Can you answer me that? I think that's a very valid question right now.
Yeah, that's all they want right now. That's all the kids need right now.
And you mean to tell me we can't get our heads out of our fucking asses for 5 fucking minutes to do that? Are you
know what else is very telling?
We're supposed to be looking out for these kids. We're the adults. We're the grown-ups. And it doesn't matter that it doesn't affect you. It affects all of us. If you're not doing something to speak out against it, you're part of it, and you're just as complicit as those that are not speaking out, or those that are complicit in making it and letting it happen and perpetrate it. Speak out. We need everybody to speak out. This has to stop.
Because this ain't over. I still have a trial where I get to put the judge on the stand.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's funny because people, we're aware of that, and so some that watch the show, but some people that don't seem to be aware of that. There's an active trial that she's got going on that they've rescheduled, but she doesn't have any rescheduled date. So there's a whole angle there as to why she's not releasing everything. Hello.
But I get to put the judge on the stand. They
I know. Yeah, you got him backed into a corner, Dottie. You got him in a very, very unique predicament. They do
I am in a unique.
They don't want to go to trial because it will expose it. It will expose all of it
in front of a jury because I get a jury on this trial.
But that's why you need to push it to trial.
Yeah,
that's why you have to push it.
There's lawyers in a crooked system, and I'm just Ange. I'm just me. I don't have a law degree. I'm not. I don't have a lawyer. I won't.
Well, at least you had the forethought and the foresight to actually start recording this shit from the beginning, in advance, because she got everything. Yeah, everything, and so do many of us.
And I'll go and represent myself in that courtroom. I ain't scared to do that by no means.
And I would recommend anybody that's listening, record fucking everything because she was so smart to do that. She's got them by their balls.
Yep.
When you have them by their balls, their hearts and minds will follow.
That's funny.
I love her. God, I love her.
Here's my variety. Reach those on the fence, and the rest will follow mine.
Yep.
It's a good bit of advice too, because you know what? One thing I learned is you can't wake up those who don't want to wake up, who don't want to see. Right. So I know I learned. It took me a few years, but eventually I learned. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Well, here's what I found out. Don't waste your time on people that aren't going to be receptive to the change. Reach the people that are on the fence, and reach the people that are showing signs of being open to advice on that level. If they come to you, ask you for help or advice, great, go for it. But don't go out of your way trying to help people that don't want it or can't see it or can't or are not in that place to receive it, because you're going to waste so much time and energy, and it's going to stress you out so bad just trying to do that and beating yourself, beating your head against a dead horse over and over, and it doesn't get anywhere. The best way is to reach those who are on the fence or reach those who are receptive to it. But don't waste your time and energy on anything else, because it'll be a waste of time. It would be futile. I know from experience. That's my advice to our audience and to everybody else on that.
And the sad thing is, if we could accomplish this, people like Heaven wouldn't be on our show tonight telling her story like she's telling her, and her daughter wouldn't be in the position.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dottie. Thank you for pointing that out. You got some people in this movement that are fighting for their, they don't care about anybody else's kid that's going on. They're only concerned with their particular situation. But what they don't realize is this does affect us all.
Yeah.
If we're not backing each other up, then we have no freaking future going forward.
Fighting for just me and my daughter.
We need to stop backing each other up as human beings, for fuck's sake. We're all human beings on planet Earth.
All the ones that they
human beings. All equal, all God-given rights under, every human being has the God-given rights that you cannot freaking violate. Those human rights, those God-given fucking rights of independence, freedom, and liberty. And that applies to all races, all genders, all colors of skin. None of that. We're all human beings, and we all have that right, regardless of what anybody else says or what anybody else says about somebody else. That is my firm belief, and that's the only way we're going to move forward, folks. We need to stop being divided.
Yep.
All right. I'm done. I'm gonna wrap it up. Sorry, I had to make that point. I think it's important that people understand. You know?
Yes, it is.
This is a serious issue. It doesn't just affect you or me. It affects all of us. Even if it's not affecting you directly right now, it will.
It is affecting them directly right now. They just don't see it.
On and off the rails, and they're going to keep. You think they're going to stop with Angie
everything
or Heaven?
It affects people. It affects everybody. They just don't.
If they can do it to you and violate your civil rights and your due process, they can do it for everybody else, and they're going to do it to everybody.
You don't
else.
have them.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
I say before you judge, you need to call everybody in your family and ask them if they've ever dealt with CPS or court corruption, and then listen to their story.
Yes.
Because there's at least one person in your family who has.
Right. All right. Are we ready here? We're gonna. All right. Cool. I got this Sun Tzu Art of War in 5 minutes explained, then the Bonfire, and then the today's show loop for what it was about, and then we'll wrap that up. Cool. Let me make sure I'm sharing my sound.
Good night.
While I'm at it, I recommend you get a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Are you leaving, Dottie?
No, I'm just telling everybody good
Great
night.
book. This one.
Oh,
this,
yeah,
this,
everybody good night.
particular variety is very, very user friendly. So I recommend you get your copy. This is the 5-minute video adaptation to that.
And you want to read a good book, get the AFCC by I just drew a blank. What's her name?
Say what?
So if you want a good read about some of the stuff, get the
AFCCnet.net, right?
By what's her name?
Kathleen Goodwig.
No, Doreen
Ludwig. Yeah, Doreen Ludwig. I apologize.
She explains a lot.
Yes, no, she does, and we'll put the link in there as well in the description after the live, folks.
It's a great book.
In the age of bloody civil war, 2,500 years ago, a Chinese military commander, strategist and philosopher emerged. His name, Sun Tzu. After successfully defending the state of Wu against its neighbour Chu to the west, a book formerly known as Master Sun's Military Methods was born, which has later become known as The Art of War. The Art of War is the most influential treatise on war ever written, consisting of 13 chapters, each of which is devoted to one aspect of warfare. It has shaped the way in which conflicts have been fought for thousands of years, from the Japanese samurai to the Napoleonic War. Not only has the book influenced military commanders and generals all over the world, it has had resounding effects on politics, sports, and business to this day. The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It's a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it's a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. Sun Tzu has a holistic philosophy that if you follow correctly and study thoroughly, you will be victorious. Sun Tzu says, "Avoid what is strong and strike at what is weak." Sun Tzu is a strong believer that winning the war with as little unnecessary combat as possible is the key to true victory. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting, and the key to doing so is to know your enemy well. If your opponent is arrogant, pretend to be weak, so he will underestimate you. If he was relaxing, attack and give him no rest. If his forces are united, separate them. Sun Tzu is essentially saying that if you know your opponent's weaknesses and how to exploit them, you will never lose.
So at dawn, the hopeless Athenians do the unthinkable. They attack. They attack the weary Persians as they disembark their ships on shaky legs after a month at sea. They attack before they can establish their war camp and supply their soldiers.
Sun Tzu says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. During the mid-1960s, a war took place between the North Vietnamese Communists and the United States of America. Instead of confronting the Americans head-on, the Viet Cong had a different idea in mind. They used unconventional guerrilla warfare tactics, which included hit-and-run strategies. This proved very effective against the much larger military of the Americans. It's more important to outthink your enemy than to outfight him. The Viet Cong forces were inferior to the Americans in both man and firepower, so guerrilla warfare tactics allowed them to inflict significant damage while keeping their casualties to a minimum. They also had unparalleled knowledge of the terrain. This included a vast network of underground tunnels, allowing them to evade carpet bombing and escape the enemy. The terrain was also laced with various booby traps and landmines. Even though the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese were heavily out-armed by the American superpower, they were still able to defeat them as they truly understood Sun Tzu's philosophy. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when we are able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must appear inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. This philosophy can be seen in the World War II invasion of Normandy, known as D-Day. The British created several fictional units of troops stationed in Scotland who were ready to invade Europe through its northern regions, in particular Scandinavia. They then used several misinformation techniques to persuade Hitler that 350,000 of these troops were primed to attack. Radio chatter in Scotland lit up with talks of these troops preparing for an overseas assault, and many of these transmissions were made easily interceptable. Allied spies who had been able to infiltrate the Germans reported these developments as well, reinforcing their legitimacy. These spies also took photographs of planes and tanks posed for invasion, but these were actually blow-up models in most cases. All this caused dozens of German divisions to go up to bogus locations and wait for an imaginary army to show up, whilst important battles were fought elsewhere. This method of dividing enemy forces was also employed to a greater extent on D-Day itself. Soviet forces kept around 1 million of the German forces busy on the Eastern Front, whilst the Allied invasion occurred on the Western Front. This tactic of dividing the enemy is one of Sun Tzu's key philosophies and allowed the Allies to achieve victory and eventually win the war. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like and subscribe, and comment down below what video you would like us to do next.
Ah, the government. It loves you and wants to keep you safe and well. It even wants to make paying taxes, fines, and court costs easier for you. How? Well, you'll need to meet your straw man. He was born the same day you were. He looks like you, has the same name, and lives in your house, but you never knew he existed. You will have even paid his parking tickets or taxes. The worst part? He's been dead from day one. From every birth certificate, a legal personality, or legal fiction, is created with the same name to confuse little old you into thinking it's you. So, there is a human you and a paper you, or as it's commonly known, a straw man. So when it seems like government officials, court clerks, or the police are speaking English, they aren't. They're speaking legalese, designed to make you agree to verbal and written contracts without even knowing about it, all spun from Black's Law Dictionary. For example, when the police say, "Do you understand?" you'll say, "Yes." What they are really saying is, "Do you stand under our authority?" Oops-a-daisy, you just created a verbal contract with them. Oh, you clever government. Did you know that whenever you register something, you are handing over title to the person you register it with? That's right. Whenever you register something with the government, they assume it belongs to them. Registered your car? Super! Now you are the registered keeper of your vehicle, and the government can crush it when you don't pay your, straw man's taxes. Expecting a new bundle of joy? Well, then you need to register your little darling with a birth certificate. Then they can start the process all over again and create a new straw man for your little one. Isn't that great? So when Junior grows up, he'll be able to generate revenue just like you have. When you notify on your baby by signing the birth certificate, your child becomes a ward of state. And if the government doesn't like what you're doing, they'll assume it's okay to take the child away or make new rules for things they don't like. Not enough school? Smacking your child? Shouting too loudly? Then it's off to social services for the little one. When you get a bill, it's sent to you, but belongs to your straw man, not you. That's why bills, fines, and summons start with Mr., Mrs., or Ms. Sometimes you'll see your surname in capitals, just like on a gravestone. That's because your straw man is dead, and just a silly piece of paper, created before you could comprehend or even consent to it. When you go to court, you represent your straw man, so you, the human, take on any costs, fees, taxes, and fines involved for the straw man. The human you doesn't even need to pay them. But you made a contract with the court by appearing on behalf of your legal personality or straw man, just like the government knew you would. Confused? Well, don't worry. The government doesn't want you to know anyway. If you knew, you'd stop paying things like council tax and parking tickets. Because when you go to court, you are representing your straw man. You are you, alive and made of flesh and blood. Your straw man or legal personality is a piece of paper created from your birth certificate. And you think it's you. What a silly Billy. Would you like to know more? Well, then go over to tpuc.org. Get up, get informed, and get real.